Here we go now. 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 go now. Here we go now.
Ladies and gentlemen, showtime, showtime, showtime. Welcome to the Pubg Mobile Africa Cup. It is Priest on the microphone and I am here with Mitch for the last day of the group stages. It is day 6 and the vibes are immaculate, the vibes are elite as always, and what a time it has been. Mitch, how are you feeling now that we have come to the end of the group stages?
I mean, all I can say is it's sad it's ending, but it's also exciting because, we're about to make history anyway. It is the first African Cup by Pubg Mobile. So two types of emotions. If I add the third one, I'll be talking about the players. That is pure anxiety today, Priest. Today, it's going to be an anxious players.
Definitely very anxious. But before we got here, we kicked off with the online qualifier sometime last month, and it was a journey around this time last month, about a week. 48 teams did qualify from that stage to the group stage where we are currently in now, and we had 3 weeks of action, or rather we've had 3 weeks of action, today being the last day, concluding today as well. 48 teams and the top 14 across these 3 groups have been split up to give you your grand finalists. Speaking of the grand finalists, we have 16 teams that will be competing, top 14 from this group stage, 1 from Pubg Mobile AIM Africa Cup, or rather the AIM Africa tournament that just concluded as well. The winning team from there gets a slot, and the winner of the PMAC will qualify for 2025 PMGC. But let's not forget, in all of this action, there is some money. Interesting prize money to be won across these 16 teams. The journey so far has been quite interesting, Mitch.
Yeah, I know everyone at the end of the day, even if they're trying to make it to PMGC, they're trying to make it to the grand finale and get a piece of the $8,000 prize that is on the line. And of course, if it means camping it out today, then I think the players should show us how good they are when it comes to camping, because $8,000 prize pool is not something easy to come across. And seeing the first place getting $2,000 and the second place getting $1,400 and then the third place getting $10, I think that is where all the juice is at, and the teams should really focus on getting there. Even though from the 4th place to the 16th place, they will be getting a part of the prize pool. At the end of the day, we know everyone is trying to get as much as they can from this group stage in PMAC 2025. As long as they make it to the grand finale, then they can get a chance of enjoying this. Otherwise, it won't be that easy for them. They have to consider a couple of things, including the points that they'll be getting throughout the games. That chicken dinner guarantees you 10 points in total, leaving aside the elimination points, which means one elimination you get 1 point. For the second place you get 6, third 5, fourth 4, fifth place 3 points, sixth place 2, 7 to 8 1, and then the usual 9th to 16th place, a place I'm sure no one wants to be in. They will not be getting any points once the game comes to an end and they landed in that position. So I'm sure the teams right now are very much familiar with this point system. It is stuck in their system and they're ready to go ahead and try their luck through this. And for today's game, of course, we're waiting to see how the teams will be performing, seeing Group B, Group A, Group B, and Group C are doing, what they will be doing today. What are we expecting from them? Priests, we have seen what is happening in Group A, seen that today Group A is here, and it will be their last day. So looking at the teams playing, I think we'll be surprised with what Group A has cooked up for us today.
Yeah, absolutely right. I mean, Team Unique, more esports, 12 esports, Zeus as well, and the guys from Royal Academy, Neon Rising, all of these teams and Team Execute, all of these teams have turned things around for themselves over the past couple of weekends. But today is the final day, and they only have one match to play. That is why the stakes are so high for Group A, because they know that once it is done and dusted, there will be no more chances to add any more points across the board. But let's not forget, Group B and C will also play today. One Band, Mercenary Union, Three Crown Esports, 21st Century Rescue Esports as well, and the Navy SEALs, all of them looking for those extra points they will be able to add on to their already collated points over the past 3 weeks. Group C as well, Rejects looking strong after their performances so far. Team Glory and Tribe Warriors, who did manage to get a chicken dinner yesterday for the first time in this tournament and this campaign. They did add a couple of things in there to show everyone that, yep, they have the capabilities, they have something special. Donkeys as well, Final Boss also going to be in the mix to see how possible it will be for them to add a couple of more points for themselves as well.
Yeah, I mean, they need those points as much as they can, because at the end of the day, you need to make it to the top 14. And when I look at the overall ranking so far, RJC is still leading there with 119. Zeus not that far off with Unique. 1 point away between Unique and Zeus, 104 points, 103. That could change in just one game. Team Execute still in the top 5 as well. Team Execute getting 94. 3 crowns at 5th place with 89. 12 esports, 6th with 86. 1 band, 7th place with 77 points. Then more esports having 73 points in total as well. I mean, it is going to be very interesting what will be transpiring today, what these teams have planned, what will be their strategy. We also have the Reject X in 9th place with 72. We have Angry with 71, 11th Boss getting 70, Neon Rising 12th place with 69, Temper with 68, RRG 67. That is basically where all the teams need to be lying, where RRG is right now. You have XTC at 15th with 66 points, and then RC with 63. These two teams, XTC and RC, I'm really sure they're probably going to be surprising us today, because at the end of the day, when you look at them, they have for XTC it's just one game since they played 9, but for RC and every other team that is in Group B or C have 2 more games today, and it's going to be changing for what is going to be happening for RC. 63 is not that little to get to where RRG is right now, so I'm really invested today. I mean, if the other games have not been exciting, what will be happening today, Priest, will just be more of the history we want to talk about coming in PMAC 2025.
Absolutely right. It is definitely going to be history. The first set of teams to ever make it to PMGC. This is where it all starts. The Donkeys, unfortunately, I think they fell off. They started really nicely, but they just couldn't hack their group. It was very tricky. Espada as well. Tribe Warriors finally getting into the mix here. Mercenary Union, unfortunately for them, 48 points after 8 games. That's averaging 6 points per game. You need a whole lot more if you are trying to win a tournament like this, or at least finish in the upper echelon. It's just an unfortunate scenario for them. Glory as well, falling into that same category. F4, Navy SEALs, 21st Century, a team that has won a chicken dinner at some point, in this campaign. Unfortunately for them, they just couldn't hack it. And 41 points after the turnout. It doesn't look like much for them. Royal Academy, I believe Royal Academy is the only team, right, alongside the Invisible Team and Slaughter Unit, that has played 9 games, that finds themselves in the 3rd page of the leaderboard. And that's just an unfortunate scenario for them. They were easily one of the stronger teams from Gabon, but it looks like Navy SEALs has just taken that title away from them to show that, yeah, it's just a little bit more different over here. No more esports as well from Cameroon. Started the first day of the campaign very strongly. They finished the Miramar game at 2nd place with a bunch of eliminations. We saw a glimpse of that yesterday as well in the turnout. But But Double RQ, unfortunately, again fell off. This was the team, I believe, that finished number 1 on the Open Qualifiers, from the qualifier stage to the group stages. I believe that they were the team that won, and it's just unfortunate that they just couldn't hack it. Naughty Sports, Rizzy Sports, Rodriguez, Team Galaxy as well as Zeus, Dream Team, again, Insane Esports and GUFA. These teams, GUFA, I believe, is the only team here with Naughty Sports that is from Group A. Again, Group A teams somehow still finding themselves spilling into page 4 of the leaderboard. That's to show you that the competition is not for the swift. It is for who has endurance, and these two teams unfortunately did not endure as well. It got a little bit tricky for them, but at least they will go home with their heads held high and say that they did not finish in last place. So yeah, they're probably going to tell, the rest of the teams in their respective regions that, yeah, I played in the PMAC group stage. You can't chat to me, I mean, if it's easy, you do it. they play once. These are the issues. But, we're going to see for ourselves what the case is going to be. But right now, 10-11 Ecstasy will be in Yasnaya Poliana all by the lonesome. Not too much is going down so far. But we will see how far they will take this. Not a lot of bodies inside of the map as well. Zeus is also looking for a way through, sitting inside of the northern corners there. We'll try to stay locked in. But let's see how far they will take this, and let's see how many points in a spot in the grand final. But anything short of that, well, it is open to interpretation. It is open to mathematical equations. It is open to gymnastics. It is open to so many things.
Sorry about that. I mean, a lot of things are about to change here. We're about to see what the teams are going to be up to. It is Group A. It is their first and last game. This is their make it or break it. We cannot say anything else past that. But when you look at the teams, I believe more esports is going away from a fight. They were just really close to RAG. And that fight will have really cost them a lot if they had engaged and they had lost maybe 1-2 teammates. Then maybe that would have been something a little bit different. We'll be thinking about the loss and how we're going to be making up for this, But now they have decided that is not going to be the case. So we thought we were going to be having some early game fights where maybe some teams are choosing pure violence, but that seems not to be the case here in Group A's minds. They are all of them playing far away from each other. They have landed far away and they want to wait for the last stand fights. But even I want to see how that will turn out, because if you're not good with the reflex, you cannot make quick decisions on your feet, then there's no way anything will happen according to your plan. But I'm just going to be waiting and see how this does work out for Group A and what calls they'll be making, which teams will be taking on the fast fights, which teams will be basically camping it out and waiting for the last zone fight. I'm really going to be waiting for that right now. Please, it's going to be very interesting what is going to be happening. I'm really interested, to be honest. Today is just that day.
Today is absolutely that day. First ton of events we've seen so far. We are short on teams today, but like I said, the race is not for the swift. It is for those that can endure, and these are the real teams. These are the real participants that we have here. Any team that is not here was never really in this tournament to begin with. So I gotta respect the teams that stuck it all the way down. I gotta respect the teams that did see it all the way through there. But Zeus eSports did have, looks like Toga might be away from keyboard. Seems that he will be back. Again, first zone here, bridge camps from slaughter unit. So many different strategies being applied today. You're starting to see if it's going to work out. You will know a little bit earlier than one would require for the positions that you are trying to get into for that first part. But slaughter unit probably have a plan of their own to see this through. Doesn't look like much can be done for them though. But they might want to finish out with a bang. Well, everybody is on the offensive. You already know how far can you close out. It's all about finishing your games, and it's all about finishing your games strongly. Unique. Just a little bit too close there to 10-11 Ecstasy on their rotation outside from that northern position of Yasnaya. You can see Crusader, Bego, Easy for 7, and Trader making their dash across that open field of Gatka and making a little bit of an advancement into the play zone. Hopefully we'll see if they will find a spot in the zone to play out of, though. It's a little bit too early to call. A couple of seconds until zone 3. There will be time to spin the block around. But for the meantime, it is all about the rotation, it's positions, and it's all about the execution of said plans. Remember, the top 14 will advance, and it looks like the action is already eating up. Slaughter unit on the receiving end here. Mamba with a coupled shots and a double drop. Execute already on the front foot. And we have already started to silence image.
Yeah, I mean, Slaughter unit taking on that early fight with Team Execute, and they've already lost their player. I believe Mamba is amongst the best players for Team Execute. He's always there trying to get something happening, but then Team Unique as well. Taking on a fight, they have a GUF that is right next to them in the bridge. I believe two bridge fights today. If there's going to be any team going towards them, but I think cover the player of trying to get more here on Nick is not going to be possible. And just like that, I believe it's farming. Because why did they take on that early fight with the game just starting? Now they had the confidence being a take on that fight this early in the game. If that is the plan they're choosing to go with, then definitely okay, it is allowed. And for Neon Rising player here, final boss, that hill climb will not be as easy as he is, because right now Royal Academy is waiting right above the hill here. They are waiting for Neon Rising to make a mistake. And you all know these days you can actually see a character while they swim around. So it is going to be very interesting what happens right now. The players are going to be exposed to the RAG team that has basically the high ground advantage right now. They can see them and they can do anything. You can never in water. So that is something your Rising should just put in mind and either say, GG's, we surrender, or swim their way out of here. But remember, Priest, these days in PUBG, you can actually see someone making their way around the water.
Oh, well, that's an interesting turn of events here for Neon Rising. It's an unfortunate way to kick things off at all to begin with. And things might not be looking too ideal here. More esports and Team Unique are locking horns. Madman has been knocked away. Demonic once more, a little bit more than one would think. 10-11 Ecstasy also receiving damage from the guys from Zeus Esports. Now things are looking very, very unorthodox right now. Demonic is trying to close this down. And there's more action where that came from. Mahir has been knocked away. Slaughter unit still in the vicinity as well. Blade wants a little bit more to close this down. There's more action getting sent over, and 10-11 Ecstasy are crumbling, and surely that might be the end of the road for them. There's two players knocked away here. Doesn't look like they will survive this encounter with Zeus Esports. As Easy for 7 goes down to the Mini 14, 10-11 Ecstasy will be crashing out of the PMAC. If they do not find their way through. Demonic still knocked away here. More esports capitalizing on this, and it doesn't look like much, but Demonic has not been able to find a way to get picked up, though. Things are not looking too ideal for them, but they will decide to hold the line just a little bit closer to the edge of the circle here.
Yeah, I mean, it is unfortunate that we are already losing teams, seeing where they were in the overall ranking. I think for XTC right now, that will be very painful if that fight does not get a comeback. If the last player from XTC doesn't decide to go away and just hold, then we might just be saying goodbye to XTC right now. But before we talk about XTC, we have Team Execute here. They have been holding the 4th place right now in overall ranking. And amazing spray there from Shakid getting one of the players from SU. That will cause some confusion here. This push might be happening, yes, but Shakid is not going to be losing it to anyone because Team Execute as well has an agenda, and it is basically being crowned the best team here in Nairobi, Kenya. So they need to get the title going, and the push is finally there, and Shakid finally does get that wipe on the last players from Slaughter unit. Honestly, what is happening right now? We thought Group A was going to take their time, but it seems like that is no longer going to be the case. They want to take on this fight now or never. If it is losing it, if it is just saying goodbye to a chance for PMGC, then well and good. We tried our best, and it's going to be GG's.
Well, it's an unfortunate turnout for them. It looks like a Neon Rising also going to be feeling the chaos onto the side from Royal Academy. Team Unique continuously taking damage and sending damage as well, but Royal Academy their sights on Neon Rising once again. They will drop a couple of more bodies, and Neon Rising will lose one. Team Unique now setting their sights onto the guys from 12 Esports, and they will be losing one. That guy has been spotted. I don't know how Neon Rising ended up in this position at all, but that's a good trade. But unfortunately, the grenade is mightier than the sword. He drops him immediately as well. Cola and Baby will be the last two left for Neon Rising. Doesn't look like that guy will be getting picked. But finally, they have found a way to get up to the hillside. And again, funny enough, Neon Rising are still very capable of seeing this through. 12 esports have been eliminated by Unique. 11 eliminations for Unique right now. They have come out farming. It is old McDonald's out here in the PMAC. They are farming every single team. They are not stopping. That guy goes down to the hit, frags, immediately drops, goes down for cover, but Execute now setting their sight lines on this position. They want to take the eastern side. They want to close this down, and they want to close it down very, very quickly. The party's on right now. Execute. Can they execute Unique? It's not looking very likely, but they do have the numbers. Madman. Grenade for grenade now against Royal Academy. A grenade over to the top side. They will take damage each side, but Royal Academy will take a little bit more than Unique are dishing out. Madman again with another grenade over the top, but he can't seem to connect. The angles, they are too tight, and then now more esports will lock in to the guys from Zeus. Mauritius against Mauritius once again. Superpowers all the way across. Lyra plays behind. Royal Academy, they're trying to back things up, but Unique will not stop. Madman, the MVP for a reason. Another grenade perfectly launched over the top. 1 second and a couple of inches away. That could have been something special, but unfortunately they will be able to fall backwards and think twice about this hold.
I mean, they need to be really careful, but then Shakir again going in for that push, but Unique is not taking any L's today. They are basically farming, and it is working out for them. 12 eliminations already in the game. It is not easy, but for Unique, it seems easier than we thought it would be, but then Team Execute, they're still trying to close in. Royal Academy player that is right here, so he is supporting them, trying to get the sprays there, trying to get something happening, but honestly, nothing is changing for Unique. They are trying to get some confusion here for Royal Academy. They need to stay focused, because all these teams are here. Team Execute is in the building. We have the Team Unique is in the building as well. And now Young is down. Amazing combat here happening right now. The players from Royal Academy are also trying to dominate as much as Unique. Team Execute being in the holding place right now. They are going in for that push. Mambe with the knock, trying to get another knock here. And the players are from Team Execute taking the players from Royal Academy all the way back to lobby. Everyone is basically trying to survive in this game. And for Team Unique and Team Execute, that is exactly what is happening. 6 eliminations to their name, 13 eliminations for Team Unique. It is not easy, but the fight is not yet over for Royal Academy. They have lost some numbers, or it is actually over because Madman decided to go in for that push. And before Execute could take any rest, Team Unique is aware that they have another team right next to them, and that is Team Execute. They either choose to go in for that fight, or they will be waiting for them around the edges here just to make sure Team Execute's rotation will not be taking place. I mean, Priest, we did not expect this. We thought the teams, it was either two sides. Unique chose the upper one. It chose the violent side. But every other team right now is also trying to think it through. Are we really going to be fighting, or let's wait? Because everywhere in this map is pure chaos. No one is resting.
No one is resting. And you know what they say, no rest for the wicked. Somewhere in the Bible verses. You already know. More esports now trying to hold this down. Zeus esports also in the northern side and the hillside position, trying to calculate how they will advance into the next phase of the zone. The play zone has moved out, and that has made things a little bit more difficult for Zeus esports, because they will be running out in the open. If they do not have enough vehicles, this could be very, very treacherous for them going forward. Down to 16s as well, but it looks like it's Bego against Blade, and he might be getting dropped off. He does manage to get Blade, and he might be sending him back into the lobby immediately. A grenade from Mamba might close this down immediately. Surely Bego will be going back into the lobby. He does go back at the hands of Logic, and that will be the end of the road for 10-11 Ecstasy. 4 points to the good. Did they do enough? I don't believe so, because their points are just too slim, but Bego has put at least something on the table for the rest of his team. Hopefully that will see them through at least to some extent, but right now more esports will try to hold this down and try to add more points, with Zeus esports just lingering in the background. Logic looking for a way through to close this up from that hillside. Again, more esports looking very comfortable. Unique even looking more comfortable. 15 eliminations absolutely ripping it all the way through, and Execute also down to a single player to Mamba, and he has tried to make a rotation a little bit closer there, but he might be spotting the guys from Unique from the hillside, and that will give them a little bit of an opportunity. But let's not forget, Neon Rising is still on the clock, and they've got Cola and Baby working hand in hand. Their rotation has been seamless. It's just unfortunate that that guy and Final Boss went swimming a little bit too early, and they went sleeping with the fishes.
Yeah, I mean, it might be the best day there in the water for them. But right now, when you look at Neo Rising, the two players remaining, all these teams right now are saying their last prayers before the zone decides to shift. They need to talk to the zone gods, because if it doesn't favor you, that is going to be GG's. But then now Mambe, last player from Execute, they're trying to go in for that push. But then right now, Zeus Moris is not taking any else. They need to get their chicken today. They need to secure that slot, because for teams in Group A, it is no longer a joke. Team Unique making their rotations, Logic they're exposing his location, and just like that, of course, the players will be trying to go in for that push. Amazing damage with S12K. They try to go in for that push again, but because the player is outnumbered, we'll be saying GG's to Zeus Moris, and Team Unique is not losing today. Whoever tried to tell Team Unique they're not making their way to Nairobi, Kenya, I think you hit a nerve, because now Team Unique, they're placing all their cards on the table. They're showing how easy the lobby can get if they set their mind to it. And they're doing exactly that. The last three teams remaining, Neon Rising, we thought they were going back to lobby, but that is no longer going to be the case. They have survived so far. Two players are still standing. Team Unique still having their trio there, standing quite strong. And of course, that is going to be something they're going to be holding quite dear, because if they lose even one player, it is going to be GG's for Team Unique right now. Seeing Baby getting knocked there. Of course, the player is trying to do a lot here. Cola was about to do something to Team Unique, but then unfortunately, he has been eliminated. Right now, Priest, the last two teams are remaining, and the two teams are looking for that chicken dinner. And it's not just any team, it is Mauritius teams.
Mauritius against Mauritius. It is Mauritius squared in the party right now. Madman has been knocked away though, but I believe he will be getting picked up. He does get picked up. And now Mo eSports looking for a way to circle around the zone there. It's 2-on-2. Two teams left. 3 versus 3. I already making the advance. Take a look at the press. Look at the nasty press from Team Unique. They want this. They want to close this down. They want to get 21 eliminations and a chicken dinner to follow through. They want to get 31 points, and they will not allow Mo eSports to stop them. Aatrox immediately, he ducks his head out in the open. He will be dropped away by Aya there, and now the Night King will be feeling the fire from the guys from Unique. They are absolutely unique. Grenade from outside. Lord tries to circle back. Frax is exposed, immediately gets dropped away, and now it's S12K against S12K, but whose shotgun shells will connect first? And now Madman tries again. He pops out onto the corner, and Team Unique, what a game! Chicken dinner 21, and I'm not talking about Savage. It's 21 eliminations. Team Unique, my word. Have a word, referee. Have a word. Chicken dinner, have a word. Team Unique with the Madman in front. What a performance. Absolutely incredible from Mauritius. Incredible performance.
Wow. I am still surprised, to be honest. What was happening in the lobby is something I am still trying to put my head around, because when you look at Team Unique, we did not see them resting at all. That is very interesting. Even though that chicken slipped their fingers, it was this close. They almost had it, but there can only be one shotgun master. We cannot all of us be really good at the shotguns, and it happens sometimes. Honestly, that game was what? There's no way Team Unique did that by themselves, and it is just the group stages. I think they are telling people something. They're just trying to tell people, okay, we were warming up, okay, in the group stages, first day to the 5th day. It was just us understanding our opponents, trying to see who is our biggest challenge. And then now when we come here, when they're now playing in the last day, they decided, okay guys, it is time. Just hold my water, or whatever it needs to be, whatever the team needs to hold. But no way. I think that is the best game I've watched in a while. I'm happy about it. Good stuff there.
Yeah, absolutely good. I mean, do you know what makes it even more despicable? These guys played as three, man. That's just some nasty work, man. They played as three. They didn't even have a fourth guy because they didn't need a fourth guy. That is to
Mm,
show you the levels, you know. But yeah,
mm.
in the finals, you can't play as three though. So don't do that. Unique, don't do that again, man. That was because I ain't I. Oh, and you know the funny thing, the fact that they're doing it in the last day of the last game for
Exactly.
their group, yeah. I was
Mm.
expecting someone to do something like this, but I was not expecting to be unique. But Madman stays on top. He stays cooking. 10 eliminations in a single game of PUBG Mobile action. I mean, you gotta respect it. Yeah, this guy definitely was in the kitchen and he was cooking. 900 in the damage points. Yep, MVP for a reason. Madman absolutely on the tear for Team Unique. 472 heals. Yeah, he was healing a lot because he was taking a lot of hits, but he did not stop. He continued to press the advantage for Team Unique. They were looking very, very solid. But, you know, first three players all from Unique. Aya frags as well in the mix. Aya almost dealing 1,000 damage points with half the number of eliminations that Madman did. That's to tell you that, yeah, Aya was actually shooting as well. A team full of active shooters, you know, I mean, come on, man. Unique next level performance. But Mambe was performing as well. 2 eliminations, 637 damage points. That should tell you that, yeah, this guy was next level. He just wasn't, you know, getting all the eliminations, but he was absolutely shooting. Logic as well was putting in the work for his UC Sports. He was a big thorn in the side for some of these teams like 1011 Ecstasy and a couple of others. Again, I don't know. Neon Rising were really struggling there. I think they did get caught out earlier as well. 43 eliminations, 12 headshots, 332 from Logic. I think I saw that it was against the guys from Ecstasy. He used the Mini 14 to get that elimination. So yeah, he was absolutely next level. One airdrop was looted, one grenade was dropping a body, and 2 vehicle eliminations. I think we caught one of them, or rather we caught both, right? It was against Neon Rising because, you know, they were prone on the ground and they didn't want to get a piece of the action, so the action came to them in the form of Unique, and they got run over. It was a lawn mowing edition, and then back into the lobby they go. I don't know if that was enough though. I don't know, right? I'm not sure if Leon Rising did enough. I mean, 5 points, is it enough? Is 5 points enough? I'm not sure, but I mean, they had a good campaign. It was very inconsistent though, because they started really nicely, but you know, I mean, if you take a look at the highlights, basically the highlights we're going to be seeing right now is basically a clip from Unique. It's going to be a unique clip. We're going to see these guys are basically going to use the Pubg Mobile Africa Cup highlights as clip farming. That's what you're going to see. If you go to Unique's Instagram, this is probably what they're going to post the exact same clip that production is giving us right now, the way they're absolutely cooking. But, you know, Team Execute looking good. Shakid was on fire with that S12K, though. He was next level. But take a look at this push. These guys held off Execute, the best team from Kenya and the best team, or arguably best team from Gabon at the same time. Royal Academy as well. Take a look at that. Yang trying to peek out. Aya immediately points out his position. Mamba tried to do it through against the guys from Royal Academy, but he did manage to close it down. He was the one cooking. 1011 Ecstasy had Bego in the mix there. He tried his absolute best to drag his team across the finish line. I'm not sure he was able to, but it was just enough for him to stay in the top draw. But for the most part, their Execute still standing very, very strong until Logic has something to say about that one. Dropped him straight on his knees, sent him back into the lobby. And so you see, again, he was very good with the SOK there. He was looking like he was trying to do something special, but Frags and Aya had other plans for him, sent him back immediately. I'll take a look on Neon Rising here, starting to, you know, use the trees for protection, but, you know, no protection over here. Everything is coming at you straight. You cannot be protected in a lobby like this when someone is trying to do drop 21 bodies. And Team Unique looked very, very comfortable. You know, Mo eSports tried to hold them off again. Franks did get dropped off, but Madman was ready. He was absolutely ready. It was a battle of the S12Ks. He tried to go for the clutch. Fortunately, he did not work out for him. Kelvin will be swept away, and that is how Unique just, you know, did the business.
Yeah, I mean, Team Unique there. That chicken was just, it was just one glimpse away from missing them the small margin. But as you can see now in the team stats here, Zaya getting 6 eliminations and a damage of 911. Madman getting 10 eliminations and a damage of 956. Then Frags, they're getting 5 eliminations and 185. Basically, they just made us understand the statement that says that too many cooks spoil the broth, because right now when you look at that team, everyone was literally farming the kills, and with that they got 31 points in total. That is elimination and placement points combined. That is record breaking right now. But more esports not that actually very far off with 9 points in total, tied with Zeus and the team execute. Neon Rising coming in the 5th place, 5 points as well. Ecstasy 6th place for Rug with the 3 points. We have Invisibles 3 points. We have 12 esports and 4 miracles with the 1 point each. And from position 11 all the way to 16, they did not get to secure any points. Really unfortunate for them. And I think that is where the table is going to be changing for Group A. For now, Group A is done. There's nothing they can do to change whatever has been recorded here. And just like that, the overall ranking is in. Team Unique with 134 total points, but they cannot sit pretty up there, because when you look at RJC, 8 matches played, 119 points in total. They have 2 more games, and you've seen RJC farming, so that is going to be changing soon. Zeus getting 113, together with EXE getting 103 points as well. 3 Crowns Esports, 2 more games for them as well, with 89 points in total. 12 Esports, 87. More esports 82, one band 77 total points. When you look at that leaderboard from the first place to the 8th, we have at least 3 teams that have only played 8 matches. They will be playing 2 more matches today, and that is where everything will be a little bit different. Everyone in Group A right now cannot rest. They'll need to watch the live till the end. Neon Rising in 9th place there with 74 total points. Unfortunately, I do not think that is enough, because Reject X, they are 72 points right behind them, and Angry Xbox as well, 71 just beneath Reject X. That will be changing things for XTC. We might just be saying goodbye to them here in the PMAC group stage, actually PMAC in general. And Zeus final boss with 8 matches played, getting 70, Temper 68, Raid with 67, and Rescue Esports with 63 points. They still have time. Boss, Temper, Rage, and RC, they have time to catch up. They have time to figure out what can we do, because now Group A is out of the way. Our only challenge is Group B. One is leaving this live stream. They will watch it and they will count the scores themselves with a pen and paper. I promise you, today, that day.
Yeah, I mean, I would say the exact same thing. Group A has come to an end. They've seen their results, they've seen their report cards, and they've seen where they fell short. Now Group B is over to them. How many points can they get? How many points are available? But it still boils down to how they have performed so far. Are they impressed with their performance? I mean, I know Unique are impressed, but even what's more impressive is that Infinix device that they will all be using for the Grand Finals. And you already know they came from nowhere with the GD30 Pro. They rise, and so can you. So buy now and win a trip to 2025 PMGC. Be their #1 fan and outplay the rest. It is the Pubg Mobile Africa Cup 2025. The action just kicked off today. It is the last day of the group stages. It is Group A, and they are all done with their games. And now we are heading into Group B. Brand new map, brand new action, and we'll see you right after the break. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the party. It is showtime once again. It is the Pubg Mobile Africa Cup, and we just saw the last game for Group A. And yeah, the result was staggering. 31 points from Team Unique. I mean, Mauritius is in the building. I know the chat's going absolutely bonkers with that performance, even playing as a three-man, something special. But now it is over to Group B, and it's over to a brand new map. It is Miramar action, ladies and gentlemen. Mitch, what are you expecting? Because we just saw something that we were not expecting all the way through. Somebody just dropped 21 bodies in the lobby of barely 60 players. So that tells you that, okay, yeah, it can be done. But is anybody in Group B gonna do the exact same thing?
Honestly, yes. Whatever we have witnessed might just be happening again here in Group B. I can no longer predict. You know how you can look at a game and say, this is what is going to happen? This is the first time I am as confused as our fellow viewers. I don't understand which team is going to be leading anymore. But of course, for Group B, I think they'll be doing something similar to Group A. We might be seeing some teams trying to farm the eliminations, then try get the chicken dinner. Beating Unique might be hard, but someone might try to top that off in Group B or even Group C.
You're absolutely right. But, you know, it's Miramar's the Dusty Dunes, and we are about to see who will catapult themselves over the line here. Remember, all it takes is just a couple points. Now they know that Group A is done, but they don't know the score. They don't know the results of Group A yet. So they will be playing to their best abilities, especially those teams in the bubble like One Band, you know, Mercenary Union, Double RG, Temper, even Rescue Esports, and you know, there's a lot of teams that have a lot of plans here, and this particular group, I'm not expecting anybody to do up to 10 eliminations. I don't see that happening. You know, I'm going to see maybe some teams just do anything they like the likes of you know, 3 Crown Esports and like 3 Crown Esports personally, and maybe Angry Smoke, but I don't think any other team is gonna do anything otherworldly. I think most of the teams here are going to play slow. They will not be moving like Unique because they cannot take those risks. You know, if you get eliminated relatively very early, it's going to cost you an arm and a leg going into the Sanok game up next. Play zone and playing path coming in clutch here, north to south, all the way through there. Cuts across Power Grid, Pecado, Los Leones as well. Playing closes out in Partona. And the Crater Fields, El Pozo, Hacienda del Patron, and San Martin, all very much in the mix here. So it's anybody's game here, ladies and gentlemen. It is anybody's game who is going to take it away. Why are there 200 teams in Hacienda, where it looks like Team Glory will be taking a hit here? Eclipse Esports will gray out the sun immediately. Double RQ, my word! Referee, blow the whistle. Eclipse Esports are taking it straight up. And they're executing the guys from WRQ one after the other. Now, things are not looking too good. Grenade over the top. Velcro goes out. And now, WRQ, it is all bits and pieces. WRQ sent back into the lobby with the quickness, Mitch.
Oh, that was unbelievable. I mean, why did they choose to take on an early fight? This is not something the teams should be doing right now. Losing fights this early is just not it. But then good stuff there from Eclipse. Once you said they were dimming lights, but then now they're basically saying, let there be light. Look at them right now. They need these points, and they need to make sure that they are going to be dominating this lobby. I mean, they have the Mad Monkeys here. We have seen Mad Monkeys in action before. Yesterday, we saw something that we are not going to be talking about now, but that one M249 was able to eliminate the whole trio from Mad Monkeys. And now even for this game, they have joined us a trio. I hope they have a plan around it. I hope they're planning to make some moves, maybe retreat, avoid this early fight, and just go as far as they can, because Eclipse right now looking to farm their points as well. They really need to get their points up. They have not seen where Group A is. They will see in a few, but when they do that, that is when the team will start thinking ahead now, because if I'm taking this fight, I have to be sure that I'm going to be able to finish it till the end. So right now the teams are going to be focusing on that Eclipse player execute. They are holding it here for now. They're not going to be moving from Hacienda del Patron because it is quite safe for now. But honestly, five eliminations, the game is still fresh. It has not even moved. The zone is not even deciding where it's going to be going. They are just holding it down here in Hacienda. But once the zone moves, the five eliminations is already a big head start for Eclipse. Because these games today, I hope people are ready with some water, popcorns, because whatever is about to happen in this last day for PMAC, this is not even history. It will be legendary stories everywhere, because there is no way teams are going to be letting anyone take their glory anymore. It is time for Africa, and they're doing exactly that.
They are doing exactly that. Eclipse Esports starting, I believe this is the strongest I've seen Eclipse Esports start any game, and what a time to do it. The last kick of the day, the last game of the day, or rather the last day. The next game will be the last game of the day for them, but again, that is just so it's so chaotic, how the games have gone so far. WRG also one of those teams that has to be very, very careful. They can't afford to make any mistakes. They can't afford to drop any points here. But fortunately for them, they have an opportunity to do more and more as the tournament goes by. But eyes on the prize for Mercenary Union right now. Hopefully they don't run into an unfortunate, turn of events. Three Crown Esports also in Monte Nuevo, all by the lonesome though. Nobody is contesting this spot with them. So it is going to give them a little bit of a reprieve as they advance. 21st Century, the exact same thing. 21st Century, the fall off has to be studied though, because these guys won a chicken dinner, I believe, in week 2. Right? They
Yeah.
won a chicken dinner. They looked very strong. They looked very capable, but unfortunately, they just couldn't see it through. And that's just one of the things that, we have to respect, that some of these teams, they just know exactly what is required, and they know exactly what to do to see themselves to the final third. Rescue Esports also being one of those teams, they did put up a masterclass performance yesterday, and now we will see for ourselves if that is going to be the case. There's more to be done though for them, but Navy SEALs also they have a lot to do if they want to rescue themselves a spot inside of that top 14. This would be the opportunity for them to make something happen for the most part. But right now, the Mad Monkey still hanging around Los Leones, I believe, or Hacienda in the mix. An angry smoke, another team that cannot afford to make any mistakes. I mean, somebody's gonna make a mistake. You just gotta hope it's not you or your team. You just have to make sure that you're running a very, very tight ship. You can see WRG already making that renowned play of trying to get the high ground and fish out a lot of information from Los Leones. It works time and time again. They have been consistent with this type of rotation, and the play zone is going to allow for them to even make it much more comfortable for themselves going forward again. But your might and the rest of the team from the Mad Monkeys still yet to break into a double-digit number, of points. Hopefully, this might be the game they get it done. We are seeing a lot of miracles in this last day. Hopefully, this one might be one for them.
Oh, yeah. I mean, for the Mad Monkeys, it is going to be very interesting to see how they're going to be handling their games, seeing that the games are progressing quite well, but for them being down one player is a little bit interesting how they're going to be catching up with that, seeing that so far they have not been really performing to the best of their ability, and I hope they're going to be changing that soon. But for Three Crowns Esports, they have been basically the reigning champions here from Nigeria so far. They have been holding their place in the first page of the overall ranking. So I believe that is something they're choosing to stay with. And with these last two games for Group B, if they decide to play it a little bit aggressive here, get their points in the eliminations counting, and then maybe focus on that chicken, then Three Crowns Esports might be making Nigeria proud for quite some time. But we'll be seeing if that's going to be the case or not. They are making their rotations towards the zone. It is going to be quite damaging staying here in the blue. So making it to the safe zone now will be the best thing. Looking at teams like Rage Esports, Angry X Smoke, One Band, they have the zone with them. But every other team right now, they are making their rotations towards the safe zone. And if Rage Esports decides to hold it there, then maybe something will be changing. A lot of bloodbaths will be happening by the edges. But now, Three Crowns Esports are taking on the fight against 21st Century. One player is down. And of course, that will be something Three Crowns Esports will be choosing to use as the advantage right now. 3C needs to get that push happening. They need to get the full stand-in for 21st Century. One player down. They have split all across the place here. They are not even in the same place. So one knock is basically disorienting what 21st Century is trying to do. And of course, because they're not close to each other, one player will be going back to lobby, another player is down. That is Light. Two more players are standing, and it might just be GG's for the 21st Century. And the aimbot, they are trying to get the revive. 4 is down from 3 crowns. They're getting the revive, but then Quila here trying to get the rotation, trying to see if he can get some pressure on 21st Century before the revive is done. But unfortunately for 21st, Owner with the flank here is able to get a knock. Next is again getting closer to his teammate, trying to get some cover, trying to cover some grounds here. He wants to be able to get more knocks, but then unfortunately but if you do not have enough utility, avoid the fight. So one player remaining right now from the 21st Century, that is aimbot. One man, 3 players. What is going to be changing? Probably we'll be seeing 21st Century going back to lobby before they can even think about what will be happening in the next games. They might be losing this fight. Looking at the damage here, aimbot is quite low, and if 3 crowns esports continues with that spray, then maybe that will be it for 21st Century, but that is no longer. Oh, it is the case, because 3 crowns player Owner was basically doing what we call a drive-by special for the player that is from 21st Century.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very, very bad position for 21st Century. 3 Crown Esports had much more defensive cover. That is why they could get their players picked up even after the knocks came through. But unfortunately, it wasn't going to be the same case for 21st Century. They were caught out in the open, not enough information. 3 Crown Esports, they thrive in situations like that. At 21st Century, they just unfortunately couldn't hack it with that position they had. And now 3 Crown Esports, they are playing this very, very nicely. They are looking very comfortable as they advance with 3 eliminations in the bag already. But more points need to be added. And now they are trying to stay locked into that position. The play zone is closing out quite nicely though. A little bit more of an interesting turnout. It's circled up quite in the open spaces here. We are starting to see what is ideal, as the rotations at this stage are now going to be very, very paramount to the success of some of these teams we've seen so far. There's more work to be done. There are more bases to be covered. And Glixie from Mercenary Union has his sights set onto the guys from Ruthless Esports. Hopefully he can find a way through to break it down for them. And now things might not be looking very ideal for them going forward. But Glixie will send a couple shots to warn them off, but it doesn't look like they want to engage in this any further, as the play zone has shifted away. So they will prioritize getting to a better spot. But it looks like Lil Zoka might have Loska might have a little something instead. Have a plan of his own to that one. But Nowday and Vaccine will find themselves in a different spot. Vaccine might be AFK. Doesn't look like much is going on his end. Nowadays as well, also trying to deal with the opposition that are rotating around those areas where he finds himself. I mean, Mercenary Union, there's a lot of work to be done on their end. They need to finish strong, and they need to make sure the guys from Rescue Esports do not finish strong as well, because things are not looking very, very good for them. They did have some flashes of brilliance in yesterday's games, but now will they be able to do more of the same today?
Hopefully they will, because right now it is basically the end of the road for PMAC group stages. So every team right now should be focusing on getting anything to work for them. If honestly, if you can just sit in that car and no one spots you, sit in that car. But of course, that is not going to be possible, seeing that most of the teams are moving around, scouting the areas, trying to see where these teams are as of now. So Navy SEALs are going to be making their rotations as well. They have been spotted. They're one band. We have seen how good they can get yesterday. They did give us an outstanding performance. They were able to get a chicken dinner. So I hope they're going to be looking for more chicken dinners. Then maybe they will be staying on the top 14 slots longer before we can say goodbye today. But for now, most teams are playing it a little bit safe here in Group B. No one wants to take on the fight. Most teams are just holding compounds. They're waiting for the fights to come to them. If it doesn't, then you will not see a team going towards any fight. Most of them are playing it really, really slow. Might be a good strategy, but for how long? As soon as the battle begins, will you be in the best and safest place at the end of the day? Will you be basically a place where no one wants to be, basically the dead zone of everywhere? But if you are figuring it out right now and you know where you want to be, then maybe your calls on playing it slow might just work out. But for now, only two teams have made their way back to the lobby. A couple of them have lost a player. Some are less in terms of numbers. I mean, Eclipse has only two players remaining, and we've seen it's actually possible for teams to do the impossible. For example, Team Unique getting the chicken dinner, just being a trio. So we cannot judge Eclipse for now. We'll just wait and see if the numbers being just a duo can lead them to a chicken dinner, or that notion only works for Team Unique. So right now, most teams are looking to get that rotation happening. Most teams are trying to figure out which places are the safest. And you talked about MU and Rescue Esports, and you can see what right now in Rescue as well. Yesterday they played a little bit different. They tried to get the elimination. Rescue was really trying to push their points up, but today it seems like RC and MU, both of them know what's at stake. They know they need to make it to the grand finals. Yes, they're in Kenya, but will we be playing in PMAC, or will we be part of the crowd spectating PMAC?
Valid question. Where will you be when the PMAC kicks off? Are you going to be a part of the participants, or are you going to be a part of the spectators? It's all a matter of perspective. Navy SEALs, on the other hand, making a little bit of a tantamount rotation close by to the guys from Rage. And Palabala probably has a sideline on this. Overgab again. They are looking very good here, but it's going to be a hard defensive line. They are going to be caught out in the dip. It looks like one band could be in some trouble here. Titan will trade one back, Execute getting knocked away, and Ocean has to be careful here. Goat has been knocked away, Execute as well has been sent back into the lobby. 5 eliminations, and one band, they're very comfortable with this. They want to take this on. And he spits all the way right through. Titan gets his angles, and that will be a wrap for him. He will not survive that ordeal as he goes back into the lobby. One band will add a couple more to their number, and that would be their first elimination of the game. And right now they are looking good. 10 teams left, 38 players in the cut. And now the party is on for the Emperor. He starts to rule against the guys from the Mad Monkeys. They're dropping one after the other again. Mad Monkeys struggling to break the seams here, but things are not looking too good for them either. Ruthless Esports have their own sideline onto those positions that they are closing in on, and they are looking very comfortable, playing in a little bit closer towards the western side. Dust Free will bite the dusts of Miramar as he goes back into the lobby, unfortunately. But there is going to be a lot of ground to cover here. But Viziano again, the MVP from yesterday for the guys from Rescue Esports, it looks like he will be kicking off where he left off. But let's not forget, Temper is still very much in here. This is one of those teams that cannot afford to make any mistakes here, and maybe Seals will be setting their sights now. Ooh, and that is a tricky spot because Spiky does get knocked away by Navy Seals, so it looks like a third party and a sandwich has somewhat formed in this hillside position north of Minas Generales. And there could be trouble for Rescue Esports. They have a player knocked away, and they don't seem to find a way to get him picked up. The play zone already very, very clear on the autonomy here. Navy Seals looking very good, just in a central position in La Bendita, and everybody has their own plans right now. They're looking very good. Same with Rage, also looking very good. Mercenary Union going to have a very, very tough rotation to make. Same thing with, Ruthless Esports playing it a little bit towards that west and the southwestern region, deep into the south as well. It's going to be a hard rotation to make. Beautiful grenade launched over the top. Spiky takes a hit. Zeke again will continue to mount the pressure. Temper from South Africa trying to close this down and once more secure that slot that has been waiting for them in Nairobi, but all they have to do is get through the opposition first. Temper, they need to join RJC in Nairobi, and they know that this is the only opportunity they may have to do it. They cannot make any mistakes. They cannot allow themselves to be outflanked here by Rescue Esports, because that is exactly how they play. They have the utilities to make that happen, and more utilities getting sent over as well to close this down against the guys from Rescue Esports, from Temper. But it's looking very, very autonomous for them. They're taking too many hits and they are standing their ground. Rescue Esports are not trying to make a rotation around. They're not trying to get a better angle. Spiky still up front, still taking hits. Coco as well is exposed and he might be getting knocked away. There is a little bit of more danger into that position, and Temper will have to think twice about this now because they have the open space. Ruthless Esports also taking hits, but it looks like Temper will not be backing down either. Good use of the utilities there, and the bait and switch immediately as well from 1000 Aura. Beautiful ICM 416 will slap the score of one of the players from Temper. Now it's Coco that's been knocked away. There's trouble right now because this is a perfect opportunity for them to breach this position. And one band also crashing a little bit into the party. Vigiano with a grenade over the top, and Temper could be in trouble now. They will lose a man, and all of their plans are starting to crumble under the disguise of the guys from Rescue Esports. And look at the position from 1000 Aura. Emperor once again ruling against his subjects, and the subjects of discussion this time is Temper. Will they be able to hold it down? A grenade and a couple shots sent back into the guys from Rescue Esports, but unfortunately Temper will crumble under the pressure of 1000 Aura, and Captain will be the last one left. He's taking hits as well. One band in the mix in the vicinity trying to close it down, and now Captain peeks out. He falls for the bait. He falls out again, takes more hits from 1000 Aura. Rescue Esports are blazing through, and one band now, Red Line, will shut it down and close the push from Rescue Esports onto Temper. And 1000 Aura has to make that advance. He has to make a little bit of a play a little bit closer right now, and it's a perfect opportunity for Captain to assess his options.
I mean, Captain, where he is right now, will be forced to do something rather than stay here. But the players from Rescue Esports are quite aware that they have a player that is really close to them, just that they cannot be sure where he is. But as they try to figure that out, we have Mercenary Union taking on Rage Esports. Slazy and his teammates, we have seen how good Rage Esports is when it comes to going in for that push. They do understand what they need to do before they can advance, and that will mean getting at least 1 or 2 knocks on Mercenary Union, and then that push will be happening. But then Melio finally joining Slazy on the eastern side. They are waiting basically for MU to make a mistake, but then Ali, we have seen him dominating yesterday, cooking up a nade. It might just be a Kobe on Rage, but then that nade doesn't really connect. Right now they are in a sandwich, and they are in the middle of our three Crowns Esports and Rage, and they'll be facing a lot of crossfire from both teams. They will be engaged from different angles. All they need to do is figure out what next. Are we going to be taking out 3C? Are we going to be taking on Rage Esports? Otherwise, for MU, they are in a fix. They are trying to scout out the place. Beautiful distraction. And Sasuke does get it up. Then Grilla trying to get more damage on him. And the knock is in. And right now, that is it for MU. That is the signal. They need to go in for that fight before 3 Crowns Esports gets a revive on their knocked teammate nades towards Sasuke. They might just connect, and Sasuke is quite low. Ona going in for that revive. The teammates are also closing as well. They want to be able to get Sasuke down. And we can see 4 going in for that push. He knows on it. He's getting top. He will be trying to get that knock, but nothing is changing yet. The nades are coming from every single angle. Mercenary Union being the most composed team right now. They're trying to figure this out, but then they're losing players one by one. Everyone is going on their knees, but for MU, it will not be easy for them to survive this scene that they are in the middle of two teams that they need the elimination points up. They need to get their points going. And for MU, that will be GG's Three Crowns Esports surviving that fight. And our Rage Esports will be closing in as well. Three Crowns will be forced to take on another fight. They're not going to be resting anymore, because honestly, Rage Esports needs their points up as well. Wherever they are, yes, they are in position 14 in the overall ranking, but if Three Crowns Esports takes them down right now, they might not be in the best position as of today's games. But do not worry for them. They have at least one more game. But so far, Quilla there with an amazing spray does get lazy. But then Pew Pew, amazing cover, does get a knock. And a fast nades are now getting cooked. We might just be seeing more Kobe's. But then Rage Esports, are you ready for Three Crowns Esports? Because right now, 3C know where they need to be, and they're going to be cooking towards that RC. Sorry for the players from 3C. Sorry, they do not have the easy way out right now for Rage Esports. They need their points, and if it means taking on Three Crowns Esports all the way back to lobby, they will be doing exactly that. 3C with just one man down. A beautiful Kobe there from Owner, and Rage Esports now is going to be feeling the tension. Three Crowns Esports need to get the revive because they are down numbers. One man standing, that is Owner. Palabala being aware the damage from Owner is quite good. A nade flies in, almost getting the damage in Owner, but that doesn't really happen. Lazy with that push. They know they play low. Lazy trying to get free fires, but then Owner will be surprised by Bala, and just like that, Nigeria's own best team, Three Crowns Esports, will be going back to lobby. Priest, how do you feel about that?
7 eliminations to the good. Three Crown Esports showing exactly why they are the best right now, and well deserved. Angry Smoke, if they can capitalize on this though, after that exchange between Double RG and 3C, that would have been a perfect opportunity to get the job done, but it looks like they will be setting their sights on one band instead. And 629 does get a big spray over to that hillside, and it will be giving them an opportunity to break inside between the lines here. They are deep into the south. We're down to 6 teams and dwindling as the play zone continues to advance. It shifts a little bit closer there. It does give the guys, I believe, from Navy SEALs a better opportunity to hold inside of the zone. It is all about them now. If they can cover every single base, it will be a job well done. Ruthless Esports also in from the western side. Can they capitalize though? And the guys from Rescue Esports take a look at the split. Spiky and Viziano again over to that side. Again, they will trade off 1000 aura once again. Unstoppable does get the drop. Starboy is the victim of circumstance. This time he will go back to the lobby. Titan will follow him at the back as well, and take a look at that. Teamwork makes the dream work. Drop him into the buggy and drive away and get back to the rest of your team. I mean, you have to love the teamwork coming through from Rescue Esports. This is literally a rescue mission from 1000 aura on Emperor, and we love to see it. 8 eliminations and 4 players up. I mean, it can't get any better for the guys from Rescue Esports. His team is getting picked up, but one band is still very much in the mix here. 2 eliminations to the good, and potential for even more off that angle that they have on the mix. But now Navy SEALs, best position in the zone, but no eliminations. It is going to be a very tricky one for them if this play zone does not close inwards. If it closes outwards, then they are going to have a very, very hard time making a rotation out of this box they have dug themselves in. Double RG setting their own sight lines on this, and over immediately gets the first drop on Slay Z, and he's going to be uprooted from his vehicle. And now that's an unfortunate turnout for him, but I don't know if they can get the drop and get the flush as well, because Navy SEALs now, can they hold out in this position? Double RG have crashed the party. They want to take this position away. They want to hold the splits. And Slazy, I'm not sure if he will be getting picked up. It looks like it's not going to be the case for him. And things are looking very, very unorthodox right now for the guys from Double RG, Navy SEALs, and Angry Smoke. All of them playing noisy neighbors, living in a face me, I face you. They're looking very comfortable here. If they can hold the lines just a little bit longer, the play zone might do a bulk of the work for them. But it's all left to the plans they make at this stage.
Yeah, every single call that they make will be the most important for now, seeing that they are basically surrounded. This place is about to be very much crowded, but for Rage Esports, they are not looking to lose this fight. They're playing it safe. Pew Pew is not engaging at all. Probably the best thing right now, but for his teammate Melio, he is on basically the aggressive side. He's trying to get at least one knock for Rage Esports, and then maybe they can go in for that push, try eliminate as many teams as possible, because right now, if this place gets too crowded, we might just lose a little bit more than we're expecting for the teams here. But then Rescue Esports is still lurking around the edges here. They're waiting for teams to make a mistake. Once you go outside this compound, RC will be third party in this fight, and they'll be trying their level best to be able to get at least 1 or 2 kills before anyone is able to spot their position. With just 5 teams remaining, anything could happen. With just 5 teams, we cannot even predict who is going to be the winner. And as you can see right now, RC using the high ground to the advantage, taking on the players from RE, taking them back to lobby one by one. So anything can happen right now, Priest. Everyone is either on the winning or the losing end. Even predicting, like I said, it's impossible, because you can look at a team and say this doesn't have the grounds, but as the game proceeds, you can notice that they know how to maneuver and figure out what next as a team.
It's all about figuring out what's next, and that grenade will figure out what is next. Akaza going the suicide bomber route, knocks himself away and the enemy in the same fell swoop. But WRG could capitalize on this, but they do have 2 players knocked away, so he will have to prioritize who he's picking up first. The play zone does not favor either of these teams. Rescue Esports are just waiting outside to pick up the pieces, and this is what I talked about earlier. Navy SEALs are going to be in big trouble if this play zone closes outside, and it looks like it might just be because Rescue Esports have the hillside and they have the entirety of that north to themselves, uncontested, and they have a sight line to every single opposing team. All they have to do now is wait it out. The patience will pay big and huge dividends for them. Spiky already trying to send some shots over to that open first story window. A couple shots through, sent through to S629. As he peeks out the window, immediately he has to bob his head back in. He knows that the opposition is right there waiting for him to peek again, but this time Over is not going to be so lucky. He will take a hit. An Aspect will send him back into the lobby with the quickness. Navy SEALs will lose 1, no eliminations gained. Again, not the best form for them so far, but it looks like Rescue Esports are about to pull a crazy number. We've seen this earlier today. We are going to see it again. Viziano again looking very comfortable up off to that side. He has been absolutely incredible. But for this game, 1000 Aura has just been that man. He has been next level for Rescue Esports. All he has to do now is see this through. The grenades now starting to fly. If they can find a way through, it will be a job well done. Palabala and Melio now trying to circle back. Akaza has been picked up after that terrible blunder of knocking himself away with a grenade. But Melio will not be stopping here. He has been spotted. Same thing with Palabala again. Chiano again with a more vicious spray over to that the southwestern side. They are trying to hold so many teams, though. Hopefully they do not get caught out. Emperor and the rest of the team here, they're looking very comfortable on the hillside. They are not giving any quarters, no mercy at all. The bullets starting to fly through. The play zone starting to hurt one after the other. Rage will not commit, but Melio will be a victim, and he will go down. We're down to 14 eliminations now. It is not the worst performance in the world at all. The DBS will strike right through the window, getting the job done. Navy SEALs again, no eliminations.
Wow.
All they did was rotate into second place and give the chicken dinner to Rescue Esports.
I mean, winner, chicken dinner, Rescue Esports there. They had the high ground. They used it to their advantage. And now we can say amazing comeback there from RC. All they needed was a chicken dinner and a good number of eliminations. And then maybe they will be moving up that leaderboard. That challenge between MU and RC is finally coming to be quite clear.
Chicken dinner, well deserved, absolutely well deserved. Rescue Esports. I mean, we saw this yesterday. They were ticking, they were cooking, and they kept being consistent and added the bodies to the mix. Now we see what it can look like, because this team has performed exceptionally, and now what a performance we have seen from them in this game. If we can see them do the exact same thing in the next coming game. But well deserved. I think Mercenary Union got a little bit dropped off. They just couldn't I think they played a little bit too slow and they got hurt in the process. But the guys from Rescue Esports did not stop. 1,000, or I mean, the way they were taking their positions, their splits, their plans, everything falling into place, well deserved. And that chicken dinner is testament to their plans falling into place and the execution as well.
I mean, yeah, everything did work out there for Rescue Esports. And looking at the MVP, we have a Rescue Esports player that is one Kuz, getting 6 eliminations, a damage of 1,375. 5 knocks, survival time of 30 minutes, a good number of healing there, 192. He did a lot there in that game. For RC, they really did figure Miramar out. Yesterday, they almost got the chicken dinner. They missed it by a small margin, but then now they have finally been able to close up that margin. Looking at the top players, we have RC in second place. You have Rusciano with the 3 eliminations, a damage of 649. Third, we have Rex, that is Vaccine, getting 2 eliminations and a damage of 611. Fourth, we have Eclipse, 3 eliminations and a damage of 594. And then in fifth place, you have 3 crowns with the Aquila, getting 1 elimination and a damage of 578. I mean, when you look at Rescue Esports there, Rusciano and One Quiz did really put up a fight for their team. They did want that chicken dinner, and it did finally pay out, and they got that chicken, being able to do something about it. Looking at the eliminations for that game, 44 eliminations in total. 8 headshots have been dealt, and the longest elimination being 361 meters from Angry Player. That is Milk getting that elimination. No elimination from the vehicles this time around in Miramar. Everyone was just using their feet. When you look at grenade eliminations, we have 3. We have been cooked, and of course the airdrops looted at 2. That was a very interesting match, to be honest, and it does make sense to see that we have some grenade eliminations at least. We did not have that much from the previous game, but it is a good start. I mean, finally people are getting comfortable with the grenades, and of course RC is proud for their performance right now.
Yeah, absolutely proud performance from RC. They looked very, very comfortable. I think it was a matter of the strategy they wanted to apply here. Like I said, most teams were about to play slow. We're going to see the highlights in just a moment to give you guys a little bit of more context to what RC did in this game. But, we did kick off with a big banger in Hacienda, the Patron again. It was a very, very tricky stop. Eclipse Esports turning off the brightness against the double RQ relatively very early. 21st Century biting off a little bit more than they could chew here against the guys from 3 Crown Esports, and they felt the pain immediately. Aimbot thought he could escape, but unfortunately Ona had time for him today, chased him all the way down, and Eclipse Esports finally falling to the guys from one band. A little bit earlier than one would have expected, but it was still part of the logistics that came through. Tempa also feeling the brunt of the chaos. Coco, unfortunately, they couldn't deal with the guys from RC. This was a very, very coordinated attack from the guys from Rescue Esports. They showed their levels. They showed Tempa that, yeah, it takes a little bit more to deal with a team like ours, and Captain was the last one left, but unfortunately he just couldn't see his way through. 3 Ground Esports here trying their absolute best to shut down the guys from Mercenary Union. Again, they played a little bit too slow and they did lose out. 3 Ground Esports then went on to take on the guys from Double RG. It was a very, very tough ordeal. Ona getting caught out. Slazy did get knocked away, but Quilla was immediately dropped off, and that is exactly how Rage plays with the bait and switch. Pew Pew playing right behind and getting the off angle to expose the guys from 3 Crown Esports. That is what caused them. Ona did an absolute masterclass with that grenade, but it wasn't enough. Immediately Pabala getting the angles dropped on him and getting the job done. 3C did get eliminated, but they did pack up a bunch of eliminations to get the job done. Angry Smoke, Mitch. This is a team that I was expecting a lot from, and for me, I think they just didn't do enough in this game.
Yeah, I mean, they had better chances. They could do good. We know how, even when you look at the comment section, you have people vouching for them. They had even the compound, but when the zone decided to move, that is when it became a little bit heavy for them. They tried to find their way, trying to survive. They got pushed there. Everything just went sideways from how they thought it would plan out, and just like that, they lost their chance of getting that. Honestly, they had every single chance of doing it, but good stuff here from Spiky. He was able to go in 4 that she was putting in pressure. The DBS was used to perfection, and that did lead them to get that chicken dinner. They worked as a team, and I believe it finally paid off. They got the chicken dinner. We had Spiky getting 2 eliminations, a damage of 525. One Kuz 6 eliminations, a damage of 1,375. Emperor 6 eliminations, a damage of 277. Someone was farming their teammates' eliminations there, Emperor.
Yeah,
And
Emperor, we know
Rashiano
what
3
you are.
eliminations. You've seen that because he has 6 eliminations and a damage of 277. I mean, we know who was taking whose eliminations. Probably it was Rashiano, because Rashiano has 2 eliminations and a damage of 649. And Spiky as well, he has a damage of 525 with just 2 eliminations. So we know where the eliminations went to and how they landed there. I mean, of course, he was maybe the person giving the team support, and through it, he got those points. But then RC, they were this close to being able to be in the same position as Team Unique. 31 for Unique and then Rescue 27. They were so close to that. And of course, GG's to them. Rage getting 10 points in total in second place. Third, we have 3 crowns, 8. Navy Seals getting 7 points from that game. Angry getting 6, tying with Ruthless Esports. Team Eclipse getting 5 points from that game. One band getting 4 points in total. Mercenary Union, RRQ, and the Mad Monkeys each got 1 point from that match. And for the rest of the team, that is 21st Century, Temper, Otek, Zeus, and Cypher. Unfortunately, they did not have that much points from that game. 0 points in total. That is really not where you want to be. And looking at the overall ranking, we have Team Unique getting 134 points in total. RJC still there in the second place. Zeus as well with 113. RJC 119. Team Execute 103. 3 crowns at 97. But the biggest jump is Rescue Esports at 6th place with 90 points in total. Big up to RC there. 12 Esports with 87. Mo at 8th place with 82 points in total. And the one band almost getting their groove back, but this time round they were not able to do so. 81 total points for now. RRG, that is Rage, 77, tying with Angry X Smoke. That will be a very intense battle coming next game. Neon Rising with 74, Rejects X 72, XTC Boss tying there with 70, and then Tempers are getting 68 points. I mean, a lot is changing right now, and honestly, the teams need to get their game up, because without that, it is going to be GG's for most of the teams now.
Yeah, absolutely right. I mean, 11 XTC, you can see them sitting exactly in 14th with 70 points. Final Boss still yet to play 2 more games. Tempa still have a game in hand, and there's a lot of jobs to be done here. One band looking very good so far. 9 games played, 1 more to go. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the PMAC, brought to you by Pubg Mobile and Infinix, the Pubg Mobile Africa Cup, your one shot to PMGC. You already know the action has kicked off. 2 games down, 3 more to go. 3 rigorous games of who is going to come out on top. Well, we are about to find out. But ladies and gentlemen, do not touch that dial. We'll be right back after the break to bring you Sandhawk and match number 2 for Group B.
Hello guys, welcome back to the PMAC. This is the final day and we have just seen something incredible from the Aussies in the previous game. These guys, they came, they dominated and they showed us that practice makes perfect. And guys, don't forget, I am one of your cast, that is the PTK Young Blood. But don't be fooled by the name. I am not the young, but I am the man himself, the man, a Young Blood. I know already you know Mitch was here. They were doing that is the first game, the second game. That was quite awesome to even watch and hear them cast. That was awesome. And guys, right now, this is the third game of the day. And that is the land that we all love. One of the shortest maps when it comes to these PMAC and PUBG Mobile in general. That is Sanhok, the land of campus, the land of the greens, the land of the trees, the land that we all love. That is Sanhok. Mitch, what are you expecting in the next map?
Oh, PTK, you have seen what is happening. Asking me what I'm expecting is putting me on the pan, and I'm not ready for that. We're going again for Group B, and you've seen what Group B can do. I mean, Rescue eSports did a major comeback there. They got 27 total points from just one game. If they pick up the same mood, we might be seeing more of RC. And if they don't, then maybe we'll be seeing other teams. So asking me what I'm feeling, what I'm expecting, honestly, for this last day, PTK, all I can tell you is every expectation you've laid on the table, put that aside. Just watch the game and be prepared to be impressed.
Oh my goodness me. Honestly, guys, I even don't have the words because today has been something like I didn't even expect. We've seen Team Unique with 3 players. They were still dominating. We saw the Rescue Esports, and these are the teams in the Group B. We have the RRQ, one band. They were great. The Rage Esports, these guys, they brought the action, but unfortunately, the zone was not on their side. We saw the 3 crowns. They need just some few points for them to get safe. Tempers, that is where the Tempers are running high because they must outdo themselves when it comes to this game. They need at least to get in the top 3 for them to be able to secure a spot in the top 14. The Mercenary Union are also at that, can I say, the linear line, the line between the top 14 and the teams that make it. And guys, this is honestly awesome as we continue to see this action. I love how these teams are continuing to improve their skills day in, day out. They brought the... When you look at these teams, honestly, when you look at these teams, when you look at them, their performance on the day 1, their performance on the day 2, right now, I believe we are seeing some, can I say boys to men? Right now, the way these guys are playing, insane. And without much further ado, guys, it is happening right now. This is the match number 3, and that is a Sanhok as we know it. And guys, get your popcorns out, get your popcorns ready, because it is about to pop. It is about to start. And look at this plane path. I think this is one of the cheekiest plane paths cutting across the northern part of Sanhok. Tatmok, Mongai, Camp Bravo, Paradise Resort, Bootcamp. We are expecting to see teams landing at this exact position because when it comes to today, you have to go all in. There is no time for you to wait. You just have to go all in, get those eliminations, get those placement points, and get that survival time because you don't have any other option. If you don't do it right now, other teams are going to be doing it for you. And as we continue, don't forget, guys, we need that cheer from you. A cheer for your country, cheer for your team as we continue with this action, Mitch. Already we are seeing a knock in the team. And the push is starting. That is the Paradise Resort, one of the hot drops. And we have the bootcamp area, the RRQ69 already in the building. And already they are making it happen. They were knocked, but they got the revive early in the game. So this is what I was telling you. The pressure is mounting, and you must mount the pressure to other teams. You need to put the pressure on them. You need to get those eliminations. You need to put your right foot forward. You need to get those eliminations. You need to get the placement points because it is now or never. And already we are seeing a fight. That is the shard from the Mad Monkeys. This is the land that they all love. This is the land for them. One of the most beloved. I've seen these guys. They play very nicely when it comes to Sanhok. But is this going to be their game? shard from the Mad Monkeys are still holding his position with the Abakan. with the DBS, and they are trying to make the push. Your might, RRQ69. We have Solid. We have the MS 110. Right now, Bootcamp are being turned into a hot zone, into a hot drop as we know it. Bootcamp, this is the place where you can get a lot of eliminations, and this is also the place where you can get eliminated early in the game. So you just have to fight your best. You just have to bring your best fight here. Otherwise, you are going to be losing a lot of points. Because let me give you a scenario. So let's say if these teams, one of them gets eliminated from this room, how many points are they going to lose? Now that is the question, and I know these kind of questions, they are running in the heads of these players. The Rex and Ragnam Quick are still holding that position, and as we continue, we are waiting to see some top clutches. We are waiting to see what just happened, guys. I'm looking at the teams that are here, and one thing is shocking me. Look at the RCs. They're out. The RCs are out.
Oh, what? RC is
The RCs
out?
are out.
No way. No way. That
How?
is quite sad, man. Oh, wow. RC going back to lobby that early is really unfortunate, and I do not think it is something they'll be happy about now, seeing that they had really given us a big comeback. But anyway, anything can happen. All they have to do is pray and hope that the teams in Group B and Group C will not be able to close that margin that they have already been able to close themselves. But if they are not in that position and anything happens, then RC will be quite unfortunate. But then now in bootcamp, we have two teams here. That is RRQ and that is the Mad Monkeys. Yomite and his teammates will be waiting for a chance to see how they can be able to engage without losing anything, without losing a player or so. But let's see if that's going to be the case or not. So far, PTK, you have seen what is happening. All the groups, Group A, being able to finish their games. Group B, this is their last game. And I don't know about Group C. I feel like Group C is the luckiest group right now in this PMAC group stages.
Honestly, you might call it lucky, but I will not call it lucky because playing in a game where you expect to get certain points, that game you not play as yourself. You will have a lot of pressure. I know you'll have the advantage of knowing the points, but guys, before that, Regnam, they are fighting at the moment against the Mad Monkeys. This is the RRQ69. All going for the push. Your might on the roof. And we have the street. This is going to be a 1v2 at the moment, but the RRQs are still behind their player, that is 6ix9ine. We've seen 6ix9ine. He is able to do a 1v3. He is able to do a 1v4. This is a man on a mission. This is a man well able to do and execute when it comes to such kind of situations. And he goes for the push. He is thinking of that push with the S12K, with the M416. Is he going to really make that push? Unfortunately, just holding his position as he waits might to cave in, as he waits your might to go in for that push. RRQ for then eliminated by your might. Your might gets a knock, and right now they know that this is the goal point. This is the green light. Let's make the push. RRQs, they are still holding the outer position. Shad, your might. RRQs are suffering yet another knock, and the they are making that push. RRQ69 also gets that turnover, and it is going to be a bloodbath. RRQ69 with the one elimination. MMs and Mad Monkeys, your time to shine is here, or your time to get eliminated is also nigh. MMs, and right now this is the only player remaining, that is Shad. In with the nade, trying to get the knock with the nade, but unfortunately not able to get any knock. Shad, the only player remaining. Will he be able to fight against an RRQ team well composed, well with the numbers, well with the motivation, well clear? Their minds are clear without the pressure. They might be going for that final push. But I was saying, look, we have the 21st century. Mirka making the push. That is southern of the map. Southern of bootcamp, trying to make the push, trying to get the third parties. And I think I saw this, Mitch. Yesterday, teams were going in for the third parties as much as they can. Because I think the third parties, they were helping them a lot. Once you go for the third parties and off, you might... Oh my goodness! Shad eliminated. Yeah, JJ's. So, Mitch, I was talking about the third parties. Yesterday, we were with you when we were watching this Sunhawk game. We had thousands and thousands of third parties. Is it going to be the same case when it comes to this game?
be trying their best to be able to get as many points as possible. And if it means being in the third party, being the ones giving other teams a hard time, then why not? So most of the teams will really be on that side. They will try to get as many eliminations as they can, be able to get as many teams back in lobby so that they can increase their chances of winning. So yes, I believe we'll be having more of that. I believe more teams will be trying to third party the games. They will be trying to see, I can hear some fire somewhere, so let me try and engage and see if we can farm something from this. So I hope they're trying to do that, because if they're not, then maybe we're going to be having a lot of teams letting others win easily without causing some trouble. But what is PMAC without trouble? You have to make it hard for everyone. At the end of the day, we all want to win. But when you look at bootcamp, it seems like the fight is still going on. It seems like the battle is still ongoing, and the players from 21st Century are receiving the damage. Their light is quite low. He will try going for that, push his teammate, being able to get a knock there. And of course, 6ix9ine is trying to get closer, leaning on the wall here. And of course, Light does here, immediately goes in for that push. He is quite confused there. He misses the shot, but then amazing comeback there. The reflex was just in point for 6ix9ine, and he does get that knock and the thirst on Light right now. 21st Century is not receiving anything so far. 6ix9ine is still on a killing spree right now, getting the knocks and the thirst with just the S of K and the DBS, and then he's not going to be taking any break so far. He wants to take on the last man standing in a 21st Century, but first I need to get my numbers up. Honestly, if he went in for that push, things will have gone a little bit different. Either he would have been taken back to lobby, or he would have survived and maybe become a legend of his own. But then 21st Century player Aimbot tries to go in for that push. I mean, 6ix9ine is the best player so far with the rest of K. We have seen more. He's not the first, he's not going to be the last. But for this game right now, it seems like he is really putting up a fight there with the S12K and his DBS. He is going to make it quite hard for 21st Century. Even though the revive there was cut short, his teammate will not be joining him here for this fight. Honestly, I'm actually really invested to see how these teams will be performing, who is going to be leading, who is going to be taking on the early fights, who's going to be avoiding the fight. Everything here is in play, but for RC, that's quite disappointing for them, but we'll see if that's going to be changing. Honestly, PTK, if you are RC, you understand what they're feeling right now, because that is a huge loss.
Yeah, that is a huge loss indeed. Right now, 21st Century and the RRQs, they are down to 1 player each. But look at the eliminations that these teams have garnered. That is RRQ with 6 eliminations, and 4 of the eliminations coming in the hands of the 6ix9ine. This guy, as I talked about him, this is a menace. This is a machine in the making. This is a pro. He knows his game. He knows what he does. RRQ, they have the 6 eliminations, but only 1 player remaining. 21st Century with the 5. MUs trying to hold the area outside the bootcamp so that they may get that party. Yeah, they got 1 elimination from the RRQ. The player that was getting revived, the MUs were able to steal that elimination. And guys, as we continue, don't forget, this is the PMAC 2025 group stages final day. We had the first day, second day, day number 3, day number 4, day number 5, and right now this is day number 6, and the finals, that is the LAN, will be in the Charter Hall that is in Nairobi, Kenya. I can't wait to see and interact with all these teams. Eclipse eSports, only 2 of the players are remaining. Right now, Eclipse are getting pushed by the 1 man, bringing some tune to the game, bringing some tune to the Eclipse. But who are the Eclipse? Eclipse eSports, they are retaliating. They got 1 knock, but they were also knocked. Only 1 player from the Eclipse eSports is remaining, and the 1 band, they need to make the push, and they finally get the Eclipse, and the lights out for the Eclipse eSports. They are downing in a point right now. These guys don't even believe what is happening to the Eclipse. Time to shine? No, darkness is too much for them. The darkness just blinded them. Blinded by the lights, not blinded by the darkness, as we have seen. And GG's, honestly, Mitch, GG's.
Yeah, I mean, GG's for them. Eclipse is always receiving strays. Honestly, they're always told how their lights are getting dimmed. It's quite funny there. But honestly, Eclipse in the last game, they did start the early fight. Oh, but then 6ix9ine goes in for that push. I mean, someone needs to get 6ix9ine on a fish right now, because that shotgun is very dangerous. He understands how to use it, and he's used it to his advantage. Honestly, that was an amazing push there for Eclipse. Like I was saying, the last game there in Miramar, they did dominate. They were able to get a good number of eliminations as early as the first 5 eliminations locked in. But now in this game, it seems to be a little bit different. I think Miramar and Sanok should not be put in the same line together. It seems like the players are not really adapting fast when they move from that map to this one. But at the end of the day, what is PMSC if it's not challenging? I think we are all trying to make it to PMGC, even us who are not playing. So they really need to put, they need to adapt fast. But right now, Temper will be engaging in a fight against Navy Seals here. Kaza trying to cook up a nade here. He needs to be confident with that nade. One perfect nade could get him 2 eliminations for Temper, but then that nade doesn't really land where they are. He's not even aware of their position. He's trying to basically think it through. He's trying to guess here, but the nades will not be working this time round. Temper is finally revived, and of course, they will be going in for that push. Navy Seals player Kaza is down. Captain is, of course, going to be leading the push here right now. His teammates Six are getting closer. They need to be careful though, because when you look at them here, they are making their rotations. Everyone is going around, figuring out what to do, and over has been spotted as well. Temper is raising the tempers right now, but someone needs to cool them, because if they do not, Navy Seals will be going back to lobby, sailing their way back to the viewers section, because as long as this game is done, there are no more games for Group B. I'll be saying that's going to be the case so far. Navy Seals, 2 players down, 2 players standing. Anything could happen. Anyone could be on the losing side. Question is, who is that player? I mean, PTK, before you tell the tempers to cool down, give them some luck today. They need it. They need all the luck they can get.
Yeah, they know the stakes are high and they need that luck, because in this game they need to outperform themselves. They need quite some points, and when I talk about quite some points, I mean a huge amount of points. That is, make it the top 3 and get those eliminations. Right now they are receiving some third party from the Angry X. That is the Angry X smoke. Right now teams trying to get to the play zone early in the game, because as you know it, Sun, a very, very small map. You need to get those highlands. You need to get to the play zone as early as you can. Otherwise, it is going to be spelling trouble for you and your team. Angry X Smoke are trying to get that party, holding his position. MLK trying to milk the tempers, trying to get the tempers. But is he going to get the tempers? At the moment, just holding and holding and holding. 9 teams remain. RRQ, 1 band, MUs, Tempers, Angry, RRG, 3 Cs, Rex, and finally the Navies. Tempers Zik are making that rotation, trying to get the flanking. He knows that the Angries are there. He knows that the 1 bands are also waiting. But he is going to still try to get to the play zone, because at the end of the day, as we saw in the last game, the zone did the most damage. And that is why that was the thing that helped the RCs. Apart from their mad skills, the zone also aided them. So you need to get the play zone as early as you can. Navy Seal, a Navy Metro trying to get that spray in. A beautiful spray. Navy Lambo, Navy Seals, not in a land that they know of. They are used to playing in the waters. But right now, these guys are coming in hot. They are coming in for the knock. Navy Lambo are getting the tempers. 2 of the tempers are down. They need to make that push. They need to get those dust. They need to get those eliminations. 2 of their players are remaining. 2 of them are casualties. Right now, 1 man remains. And this is the last man. Coco getting that choco and getting eliminated from that game. Tempers were rising, but tempers were cooled down. And as we just saw, tempers are no more. And this is going to be spelling trouble when it comes to the overall standings.
It is going to be pure trouble for these teams if they do not make it to the zone on time, if they do not figure out where are we going to be fighting for. Otherwise, most of the teams here are going to be playing by the edge. 3 Crowns Esports waiting on Angry X Smoke. The damage from that zone will be quite high if Angry does not make the rotations now, but then 3 Crowns Esports is not letting them move. Nades coming from every single angle. Switch you passing by the vehicles. A little bit of distraction there, but then 629 watching the players from 3C as they get distracted, tries to get get some sprays there, but then nothing is happening. Finally, Angry will be making their way to the zone, and now 3 Crowns Esports are the ones lying outside the zone right now. Nexus are being quite damaged by the zone. You can see how damaged it is. Quila cooking up a nade, but then Angry Milk, they're getting damaged. The nades from 3 Crowns Esports are proving to be quite lethal, and of course Switch with the vehicle there does pass by, gets a fast knock. Quila are getting tasted easily, and 6 to 9 does expose this position. Nexus again, the zone is not your friend, Habibi. But then now this time round, Angry players are putting on the fight here. They want to take on 3 Crowns Esports. Last game here for three Crowns, it was good, but then for Angry, it was just not going. And now it is finally paying out, and they are now dominating. And 3 Crowns Esports making the right call and retreating, avoiding this fight, because not every fight, honestly, is a worthy fight. If it is going to giving you guys the losing end, then basically leave that fight.
Exactly that. At times you have to fight, and as a soldier you need to know when not to fight. At 3 Crown Esports at the moment, their throne has been taken, but have they made it to the top of 14? I believe so, but I'm not that fortunate. We have the 1 band with the 4 eliminations. Navy's with the 4. One of the Navy guys is remaining. MUs, they are going for the push. And this is the Rage Astronova. A Rage Astronova, they are building in. They are going for the push. And these are the men at the moment that they are bringing to the Angries. They are giving the Angries a one time, a one moment, a one push. And they are giving them a hell itself. Angry Aspect, a 0 elimination, but got the dust for the team. He has 5 eliminations for the Angries. 2 of their players are remaining. That is the Angry Aspect. We have the Angry 6 to 9. These are the 2 players that are remaining. One of the Angries is down, but they are trying to get that revive. Are they going to make the push? Are they going to hold their position? Are they going to make that team suffer because of getting that knock when it comes to one of their players? I think they got the revive. So right now they are back to three members in their team. A trio, RRGs, Angry X-Smoke. Yeah, who will dominate? These are the RRGs trying to smoke out the smokes, trying to smoke us the angry. They are angry indeed. They know they need to get those eliminations. They know that this is their time to shine. They know it is now or never. Smoking the lobbies, Angries. But are you going to get out of that area? Are you going to reposition yourself? The MUs trying to hold that part. Yeah, holding the zone. MU Glizzy got the 1 band. Right now trying to get those cheeky finishes, and this is the third party that I've been talking about. Never be shy of taking the third parties. At the end of the day, who cares if it was a third party that you got the elimination with? Who cares how you got the elimination at the last bout? The elimination just counts as an elimination, not as an elimination from a third party, not as an elimination from what? Just an elimination. And as we continue, 5 teams remain. And these are the teams. We have 14 players in this building. Angry X-Smoke are getting up by MU Sasuke. Sasuke getting the Angry 6 to 9. And the Angries at the moment. This is getting crazy. And this is making, this is gonna make them angry. MU Sasuke, look at the positioning match from the MUs. They know that they have 2 teams. They can get all those eliminations. And that is, I believe that is why they are holding that position. What is this? Yeah, MU Hulk, K999, Rage Esports, the Rage Astronova are out of the building. MU Hulk 999 still trying to get that nade in. Hulk 999. MU's right now 6 eliminations. One of the players is eliminated. That is the MU Sasuke. Angry 6 to 9 also out. Only 2 of the angry people are remaining. Sweet Chew and the Aspect. Right now we have to give him that respect by his harding. He has that 0 eliminations. Nowadays gets that knock. Angry Sweet Chew getting switched back to default settings, and that is the settings where you get knocked and ask for help from your teammates. Mitch.
I mean, that is interesting what is happening right now. Mercenary Union is on the winning side right now. They have the view, but then for how long? Angry X-Smoke there, they have the players down. But what will be changing is how they handle these fights coming when the zone decides to start shifting. Every single team right now is holding a very strategic position. Depending on how the zone shifts, then maybe we'll be seeing what these teams can do. How can they handle pressure? Because as soon as it closes, everyone will be forced to go towards the safest place in the zone. And now Ruthless Esports, last player, that is Lilo, Nade's getting cooked up, and 1 ban basically Kobe the player back to lobby, eliminated and taken back to the viewers. And now it is going to be just 3 teams remaining. Angry X-Smoke One but being spotted, a perfect spray there from Aspect, and 2 players down actually, because Masna Union as well is basically giving one but a hard time. 1 player remains standing, that is Red Line. Will you be able to get a comeback for your team? But so far, One Band will not be able to win this. They will be on the losing side. The zone is quite damaging. Red Line is getting cooked by the zone itself. He is enjoying the juice, but for how long? All he can do right now is go back to lobby. 2 teams remaining. Nades getting cooked up from every angle. Mercenary Union, and they need to get their comeback, because as you can see, they are battling between RC and MU, who will be making their way to Kenya, even though they're Kenyan teams. But the nades right now from Angry are connecting. Ali is quite low. Switch you trying to cook up more nades. Ali will be waiting there. The zone is about to shift. Both teams are holding the edges of the zone, but for Glixie, the zone will be your downfall. You need to make the rotation. They do not have the numbers. But finally, Aspect does get that fast knock. 2 players are standing. Aspect will be trying to do something. The nades are connecting from Switchu. Ali is receiving the pressure. 0 utilities in the back here. 0 nades and mollies. And the player is finally getting cooked. Some barbecues in the air, but no longer for MU to survive anymore. MU will be having just 1 man standing, and that is Hulk. The game just got intense. The players are now battling their way to victory. But for Master Union, it might just be GG's, and big up to the players that is from Angry X Smoke. Winner chicken dinner.
What the hell was that? Master Union, they had the 3 players in. They were almost winning that, but what just happened? Mercenary Union, they breed on, but right now it is a chance for them to move on. What an insane game. What an insane game for that duo. Angry X Smoke. They showed that they've got the prowess. They showed that they've got it all. They came for the push. They came for the eliminations. They came for the win. And finally, the winner chicken dinner coming in the hands of the Angry X Smoke. And they totally deserve it. Having 2 players in a team and getting a chicken dinner. They were fighting. I think the battle was a 2v4 v3. And how on earth were they able to make it? 2v4 v3. Who in the right head, who in the right senses can even make that clutch? Honestly, I would have to give them their flowers, because that was honestly awesome to see. Angry X Smoke, they smoked the lobby and they brought the action. These men, they made something happen. And I believe the tides are changing. Overall rankings, right now, I just want to see how it is looking for those teams that just finished off at their games.
Of course, it is going to be a little bit different, seeing how the teams, honestly, from Group B have given us unexpected gameplays. And for the MVP for this game is going to be Angry X Smoke player, that is Sweetu, getting 5 eliminations, a damage of 841, 3 knocks, a healing of 161, and a survival time of 21 minutes and 48 seconds. Basically, Angry X Smoke player Sweetu here, we have to say it, he really did put up a fight. He was able to carry his team to victory. Even though the last game there, we thought that was just not it for them, but now they listened, they strategized, and now they've gotten their chicken dinner. And what is happening is that they are finally dominating in the overall ranking. Look at our second place top player. We have RIQ player, that is 6'9", getting 5 eliminations and dealing a damage of 838. We have a 1 band player getting third with 5 eliminations, a damage of 722. Angry player, that is 629, getting fourth, 3 eliminations, a damage of 506. And then we have in 5th slot, that is Angry Aspect, getting 3 eliminations and a damage of 457. I believe Angry X Smoke in this game, they had the strategy, they got the composure, and through that, finally that chicken dinner that they missed last game finally found their way to them, and they can now finally enjoy the team. But for how long? Remember, this is just the last game for Group B, but it is going to be the beginning of Group C just after this game, so they have to be really careful. Looking at the match summary, there are 46 eliminations to the game. There are 6 headshots. We haven't really gotten to 8 yet. A long distance elimination from MU player, that is early, 223 meters, 1 vehicle elimination, and 2 grenade eliminations as well. You have seen that we have witnessed the vehicles being used. I mean, 3 crown is that was just unfortunate for him. He was lying there on the open, and it was quite easy for that knock to be there, and probably an easy thrust. But you know what? It is going to be GG's for them, but who knows what will be happening next? PTK, we are going back to having basically the last games, that is for Group C.
Honestly, right now, I don't even know what is going on in the heads of these players. They know that they have played their games. That is for Group number A. That is for Group B. Right now, I believe these guys, they are all eyes in when it comes to the last group, because they know mistakes from the group that is heading next, that is Group C. If Group C makes a mistake, they might be getting the top 14. But if Group C teams clutches, I think it is going to be a turn around. And these are the class that we were seeing. The Mad Monkeys, they were getting butchered and toyed around with the RRQ69. 69 is very lethal. And as we saw, this man was able to get 4 eliminations, and I believe 5 eliminations in total for himself. This man, he came, he tortured, he made that happen. And that was the final push that he made with the S12K. He was able to make something beautiful, and he was able to make that awesome. Navies, they lost players early in the game, and I believe that was one of the biggest disadvantage. But that was a good game from Temper. Although they didn't get the game that they were expecting, I believe that this is going to be a learning curve when it comes to these kind of competitions. The Drisses are getting lost and getting eliminated by the vehicles, by the play zone. I believe some of these teams might be looking back and saying, what was that mistake? How on earth did that happen? But they shall be trying to get something awesome happening in the next competition. We have the Angry Seju. These were the terrific tools. This was the duo that made this room very much awesome. They held their position, although they were getting knocked as many times as possible. These guys, they revived, they put on the pressure. As a two-man team, they got the one man. The one man had the four players in their team, but they were able to flash them out with the help of the MUs. But unfortunately for the MUs, they were not able to clutch out this duo. It was a 2v3 at the end, and we saw how it went. We had the Angries. They switched their lanes. They switched those mollies. They got the MUs. Memu Hulk are one of the last players remaining, and that was how he was eliminated by a quick, a stealth, and a peculiar action from the Angry X team. This is the winner chicken dinner, guys, and this is how this team performed. When it comes to the Angries, these guys were angry. 5 eliminations for Switchu. GG's to this guy. We have Aspect with the 3 eliminations. Angry 629 with the 3 eliminations, and the Angry MLK closing in. I believe he was eliminated early in the game, but this was quite awesome. This is some team effort, and this is just what we are expecting to see when it comes to these teams. And in the match ranking, 21 points for the Angries. At times it's not about the numbers, it's all about the strategies, it's all about the composure, it's all about how you get things done. Angry X Smoke 21 points in that game, and that is 10 for the chicken dinner and 11 for the elimination. But guys, we cannot even we must look at the efforts from the MUs and the one band, each with 13 points in that game. So honestly, that was a GG's. Although they didn't get the chicken dinner, they were able to get quite some points when it comes to that game. A lot of teams getting quite some zeros. Maybe didn't expect what was about to happen. Didn't expect to get one elimination. 3Cs didn't expect that 1 point. I believe right now, when you look at the overall, I believe you're going to be having some of the biggest changes ever. The 3 crowns might be out of the top 3s, and say no more for me.
Yeah, well, it is unfortunate there for 3 Crowns Esports, but Team Unique is still leading there 134. RJC still in the same place with Zeus and Team Execute. Angry X Smoke, that one game did throw them all the way to the 5th place, 98 points. A tiny 3 Crowns Esports at 98. One band getting 90, and RC getting 90 total points. You can see what is happening. RC basically dropped in terms of position, and he is at 8th place. They are in 8th place. When you look at the top 8, the only team right now with only 8 matches played is the RJC. whatever RJC is planning to do the next game might just be the biggest margin we'll ever see here in PMAC. But when you look at the from 9th place to 16th, we have 12 esports with 87 points in total. Rage 10th place with 82, tying with more esports at 82 points as well. Neon Rising getting 74, Reject X 72, Ecstasy at 70. They are at the 14th mark, and I hope they're praying so hard that nothing changes, because right now Zeus Final Boss is just behind them, tying at 70 points, and they have not played 2 games. I do not know which player they're going to be saying. I don't understand which miracle will be working, but for Ecstasy, there the mark they are in is where most teams want to be. But for XTC, 10 games have already been played. For Zeus Final Boss, only 8 games have been played. But you know what? Thanks to Pubg Mobile and Infinix, we have the PMAC games here, and they came from nowhere with the GT30 Pro. They rise, and so can you. By now, win a trip to 2025 PMGC, be their #1 fan, and outplay the rest. But of course, we cannot say much, just to wait for the last 2 games for Group C. For now, we'll be taking a very short break, and then we'll be back to start the games for a new group.
Here we go now. Here we go now. Here we go now. Here we go now. Here we go now.
All right, we are back again, and this time round we have a different group playing these last games, and of course that is Group C. We have watched Group A, Group B, and now we're in Group C. We have seen pure fumbles and pure comebacks all in the same time. So right now, Pretty K, for Group C, because last time you put me in the frying pan, it is your time now. For Group C, do you have anything you're expecting, any rotations or rather any comebacks? Tell us.
Honestly, when it comes to comebacks, I'm not expecting that much big of a comeback, but I'm just watching out for the RGCs, the X-Force rejects from South Africa. This is the team that I'm watching out for because at the moment, they've already made it. Honestly, there is no way. They're the ring leaders. They have an incredible amount of points, and this game will just be a game for fun. Like when it comes to them, they don't care about the placement. They don't care about the elimination points in this game because they have already made it. No one can move them down the overall position. They are just fast. So in this game, I just want to see how are these games going to approach these games because they have 2 games remaining. That is Erangel and Miramar. Right now we're going to, I believe, Erangel and RJCs. We are watching now. What are you guys going to do? Glory eSports. Yeah, this is another team. They missed 1 game. They are 1 game short. They are 1 game short. So I'm expecting to see what these guys are going to be bringing to the table. Are they going to make these last 2 games worth their lives? Because honestly, this is a chance of a lifetime to go and play in a LAN tournament in the Pubg Mobile African Cup. And guys, this is in Kenya. In Kenya, finally, guys, in Kenya. I just can't wait to see what this Glory team is going to bring to the table. I've seen Espada. Espada is quite... I think Espada is one of the most improving. But at the moment, they need to do a lot.
Yeah.
I believe they need to do a lot. Espada is good, but they need to do a lot. We don't have any team that is lower than minimum. We don't have any bare minimum team. All the teams that are here, very competitive when it comes to the Pubg mobile esports scene. We have seen them in tournaments. We have seen what they can do. We've seen them in the day number 1, day number 2, day number 3, day number 4. And this is the day number 6. This is the final day. So we are expecting to see something awesome coming from all these teams. Espada, X-Force Rejects, Glory. We have the Galaxy. We have the Donkeys. We have the Air Force. We have the Evil Ones. What is going to be happening in this Erangel? And as you know, Mitch, Erangel is one of the best maps ever, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you do not know how to maneuver Erangel, we don't know what we can tell you, but you can play it as much as you want in Ultimate, in normal classics, and it's basically the best and easiest map in Pubg Mobile. But looking at the zone where it's going to be landing now, looking at the flight path, it is seeming to be more on the southern side, cutting across Erangel in the middle, almost really to perfection, but more on the southern side. So we'll be seeing where the teams are choosing to land. But so far, most of them are choosing to go towards the northern side. And Pubg and the gods of the zone might decide it is going to be on the southern side, and then now all the teams will have to come towards military base. Anyway, I'm just thinking it through. But let's see where the zone is going to be and what are we going to be expecting, which teams are going to be dominated. It is Group C, the last group of the day, and for Group A and B, it is GG's to them, and now they have to watch and pray that Group C does not have crazy teams that are ready to risk it all, get 21 points in total like Team Unique, and make everyone regret why they did not try their best from the beginning. And of course, we can finally see a fight might be starting now, and RJC Reverb, even before we can figure out what rotations are going to be happening, Reverb there gets the first knock and immediately takes that player back to lob. The F4 is already down. Players Normal as well has a player down. What is going through Group C's mind right now, PTK? You can see, we know that RJC is in second place, but they have 8 games played, 2 to go. So that does not change where they'll be at the end of the day. Probably the winners in this group stage.
Yeah, probably, yes. RJC is already with 1 elimination. I believe these guys are going to win this group stage. But the thing is, you might win the group stage, but then when it comes to the finals, different mentalities are needed. When it comes to the finals, you just have to put on more force. Honestly, because teams will be ready. Right now, teams are fighting just to get to the top 14. Then teams will be fighting to get to the top. That is just how. Because fighting for the clout, fighting for that ultimate crown. That is the PMAC. That is, I think that is the cup. Yeah. Because I want to see teams holding that cup, holding it high and winning and celebrating. Because this is one in a lifetime chances at the PUBG PMAC, and I believe we shall be seeing this in each and every year. And guys, as we continue, the RGCs already they started their game. We have the reject paradox, the rejects also making that push. These are the reject X, and as I told you yesterday, we have the reject X and we have the X Force reject. Please don't get confused so much when it comes to that. The Tribe Warriors are also another team that is bringing their all, but they are clinging on to hope as we speak. So they need to do all their best. They need to do their all in order to stay in the top 14. We have the normal, we have the OBPs, the Air Force, the Rejected, Spada, DTs, Evil Ones, Bows, DKs, TBW, Glory, Galaxy, and finally the RGCs. Right now, the only blood is the blood on the hands of the RGCs. Evil One eliminated under the Rejects. That is the RGC and the Reject themselves with one elimination each. And the action has just begun. Don't forget, guys, if you are watching this stream, if you are watching this competition at home, always remember to spam that flag. Always remember to give support to all these teams. Always show up for them, because these teams, they are representing your countries as much as they are representing themselves. And as we continue, guys, this is just a bara beginning, but this is their first of 2 games. They are playing Erangel and finally finishing off their group stage with the best map in the game, that is Miramar.
Exactly. When we go into Miramar, there will be seeing how the teams will be performing. That is still Group C. But for now, here in the 4th game of the day for Group C, it is the first game. We are yet to see them at their best. We are yet to see what potential they're carrying in PMAC. And what you can see is that the 13 teams have joined the game. When we had Group A, only 10 joined. So you can see Group C, they know the chances they have here are very high of changing the leaderboard only if they get their points up, if they get the eliminations right, if they get the placement points right, then maybe they will be able to change basically the leaderboard for the overall ranking. And right now, Team Glory getting closer to Rejects. They are holding it. Aura is just lying in the building. One small mistake from the Glory and we'll be seeing knocks from every single angle. Someone might just be really surprised here. Someone might break their device out of shock, but now he tries to hook up the nade and Glory does spot him there. The damage is in and he knows that Arara is low and he goes in for that push. Amazing DBS knock. The players with Glory trying to get closer. Arara is not losing anything now. He is getting the damage on Glory and nade is getting cooked up. Might just be connecting, but Ara can hear everything. Goes in for that push. Then this time round, it is not going to be GG's for you, Arara. You'll be better luck next time. You have one more game to get that point back, but for now, Reject X, they are down 1 player, that is Arara. What will be their take right now? And you can see Evil One 7RB trying to be sneaky with that push, but I don't think that is how it works, but somehow it has worked and they cannot see him and he made it to the buggy, and probably he will be using that to get on that push. They know Glory has taken on a fight, they know there have been casualties, so why not get in there and try the third parties, or rather still some line eliminations, people on their knees there just to help them lay down. You're not yet to see that, but for Evil Ones, you can see what they're doing. PTK, this is what we love. Slowly take your time, surprise people, let people feel the warmth of PMAC last games.
Yeah, honestly, right now I believe we are seeing some new strategies in the game, because teams are not pushing that much. We've seen the first games, we've seen how teams were pushing. They knew that those are their last games, but these guys, they know that they have to perform in their first game. This will be the game that will determine whether they will be safe or whether they will be not, because looking at the Rescue Esports, these guys were able to get very many points. I believe 27 or so points. Not that accurate, but that is just 27 points when it comes to that first game. In the second game, they were eliminated, but the first game, that is where it was crucial for them to win the game, because they got that and it propelled them to the point. I think the position number 8 right now, maybe a bit lower, but yeah, that is just it. GG's for them. And right now the teams, look at the mentality. Slow push, slow movements, not a lot of hefty pushes. And this is the glory Garcia. I'm getting that knock. And this is the man. He is pushing. He is getting knocked. Oh my goodness me. This is a one-man army. And this is a one-man massacre. Carnage and carnage as the glory team continues to spell turmoil and carnage in the game. And this was what I was talking about. Glory Esports, they are one game short. Will they be regretting the decision, Mitch, when it comes to the overall rankings?
Yes, they will. I mean, every single call you make in these last games will be counted. Every single win you make as well will be counted. So these players really need to be very, very careful. They need to figure out, are we making the right calls? Because if you lose, then that is it for you. The leaderboard is changing. No one is going to pause their results for you to catch up. So all the calls that these teams are making will somehow affect their overall ranking at the end of the day. So they really have to be careful. Even for Glory here, yes, they have the eliminations, they have the points, but they're down numbers. But we cannot talk about that. I mean, Team Unique beat the odds here, but they really need to be careful about the calls they're about to make going on in these games. Are we going to be pushing anymore? Are we going to be waiting it out? Everything is going to be counting at the end of the day.
Yeah, true that. At the end of the day, guys, it all sums up to that overall ranking. And as we continue, guys, this is the Glory Esports. They have the most eliminations when it comes to this game. Quite a different narrative when it comes to these games. Not a lot of eliminations at the moment. Teams are just trying to get the placements. Teams are just trying to get that goal position. Teams are just trying to get that right mindset, because it all boils down to that. We have the Dream Team Esports. Yesterday, these guys were very, very can I say athletic, moving from one position to another at very, very incredible ease. And right now they are looking to fight against these guys. The boss team, they only need 1 point. They only need 1 point to secure that top 14. But is it going to be enough? Are they going to get that 1 point? Because at times you might think 1 point, but for them in the room, it is something different. The scenarios are different, but they need to get more than 1 point. If needed, they need to get more than 10 points, because you never know. The underdogs, they might win the game. If they win the game, that might propel both and the other teams that are tied up at 70 down the leaderboards. F4s are still trying to survive in this game. We have the OBPs. I believe Espada was the only team that landed at Pochinki. Espada, we have not seen a lot of action from them. Still at 4-man army, we have at the DTs, not a lot of action from the DKs. The evil ones, we have seen a lot of action, and only one of their players is remaining. And this is Espada themselves. OBP Atomic getting the normal flame and the normals each and every time. I don't know what is happening to the normals each and every time. When we are expecting the normals, they are normal. As we speak, the normals, they are getting beamed up, and only one of their players is remaining. Are the normals up for the fight? Is this the time for the normals to go to the lobby? What is happening to the normals?
Yeah, I mean, they really need to think it through there. But unfortunately, even in terms of numbers, no more. They joined as a trio, and they are finally down 2 players, leaving just 1 man standing. Might be a long stretch here for the team in terms of what are we going to be getting at the end of the day. Will we be able to get that chicken with just 1 player remaining in our team? But then RJC is playing on the aggressive side here, and they're going for the push on the last player from No More Esports. And just like that, they have been eliminated by RJC. They are playing more of like Unique here. They are farming the kills here. They're not holding one place. They're just moving around with the vehicles. Everyone is basically a scout right now. They're just passing by, and once a player spots that there's a team here, you'll be seeing the teams coming in, the players flooding, going in for that push, being really pressuring the teams here. But for RJC, I think that is something they have been doing from day one. So I don't think people will be surprised seeing how they're choosing to handle the fights, going on the aggressive side here. At the end of the day, that is something we have seen them do before. But then the original Black Panthers are getting pushed by Espada, and it is only Atomic will be the only person standing there. The damage on the player from Espada is quite high. Rizzo really needs to be careful, because that shotgun is connecting. The player will be forced to go and going for that push. Otherwise, Bordet is down, and of course they will be taking this, they're all the way back to lobby, making original Black Panthers have just 2 players remaining. That is Tempest and Atomic. They are holding this ground. They're not leaving this building until the players from Espada go in for that push. The nade finally connects there from Atomic, and of course that will be the goal to go in for that push. Atomic is getting pushed at the damage from Espada, and just like that, they have been eliminated. That compound, that building, that one specific room is never the way to go. People will always be flooding you guys with nades, mollies, everything to put in the pressure. But then even before this fight is done, even before Espada gets the revives happening, a team does close in. Reject X uses this to the advantage. The nades there from Rushguard might just be getting the players from Espada down again, but Rizzo really needs to be careful. Shiro has to be really alert as well. The knock is in there. Rizzo did not really get to heal up, and the nades are still finding Reject X getting the damage, and Espada will be going back to lobby, eliminated, finished by the players from Reject X. I mean, PTK Group C is like Group A now. Everyone is ready to fight. No one is holding, no one is playing it safe. Everyone wants a kill. Let's go.
You can't hold this position is a fighting ground, and the Force 4 Crusher, he got the knock, but he was also knocked. These are the DTs. Our Force 4 Crusher crashed out, and right now the team will be crashing out. Force 4 Sham, the man that made a 1v4 count, and this is the man that is making the push, but unfortunately the third party from the Reject X are making him go down. RGCs, these are the RGCs, the X Force Reject. The Force was receiving 2 third parties, one from the RGCs and the next one from the Rejects, and quite an insane game. The RGCS, these guys, they are scouting, they are waiting for the weak spots, they are taking players one by one. They won the eliminations one by one, point by point. They want it more, they are coming for more. They are still at a full team. One of the players, that is the RGC, Revive still down, but they shall be looking to get that revive. But what just happened? DTs with 4 eliminations, Reject RGCs with 3. We have the Glory with 3, Boss with 1. And I believe Boss, they have secured that top 14. We have the OBPs. Infinix is still in the building, but only one of the players is remaining. Tribe Warriors with the 0 and the Donkeys. Where are the Donkeys? That is the question in my mind. And I believe in most of our minds, where are the Donkeys?
Yeah, well, it seems like the Donkeys here will be joining the Glories. The Donkeys seem to be playing it a little bit safe. They need to qualify. Like we have been reminded a couple of times here that they are the only team from Somalia. So they need this for their country. They need to dominate for their country. And if it means playing it safe, then the Donkeys will be doing exactly that. We can see Tribe Warriors getting closer to the Donkeys. We have seen teams are really close to each other from Tribe Warriors, the Glory, as well as the Donkeys, almost in the same area. So we might be seeing some fight there sooner or later. But for the Dream Team, they are still scouting around. They're down 2 players, and with just the remaining 2 players that they should use that to their advantage, avoid the fights as much as they can. They do not have the numbers to take on the early fights, seeing that most teams here in Group C are ready to engage in fights. And now finally Zeus final boss there. They'll be going for that push on Tribe Warrior player that is top C, immediately stopping there because they did not make it, and they can see fire from every single angle. Top C with the damage and the players from Zeus final boss, but top C, you are just but one man. Your teammates are not that close. The Donkeys are closing as well. Look at that grenade. Might just be the best grenade here, but that nade doesn't really connect. Top C in the middle of 2 teams. Deidara trying to cook up another nade on top C, might just be connecting, and that will be leading that push for the Donkeys. Seeing Tribe Warriors, he's only one man, and that is top C. And finally Hancho with that knock, and immediately they realize that knock has been confirmed. They will be trying to wait for that push, but unfortunately the players from Tribe Warriors are not that close to top C. We can see his teammate, they're getting knocked as well. They're taking on the Zeus final boss. 2 players down again. Tribe Warriors losing numbers, and they might just be going back to lobby. Madness being the only person standing, he has to think on his feet. Is he going to take on this fight, or will he be going away from the players that is Zeus final boss? The nades are getting cooked up, trying to cook up the nades here, trying to get the players taken back to lobby, but that will not be the case because Madness is not even close to his teammates. He is snaking, but not here in this grass. He is somewhere else playing it safe, because as of now Tribe Warriors are losing numbers, are losing the points. For them it is going to be GG's as well for the evil ones. What was that grenades from final boss? What was that?
That was just a nade out of intuition. That was just a nade. not expected by anyone, but that was a need that was needed in that bout. DKs are still survive. One elimination for the DKs. Galaxies right now, they are seeing different stars. They are still in it. They are seeing it all. They came for the wonders. They came for the drill. They came for the stars. But right now, they are not the stars in this galaxy, in this lobby. DK Data, they still making that push. We have the glory with the 3 eliminations, still surviving this fight. Reject, we have the 5 eliminations. We have the DTs with the 4. RGCs right now down to 2 men. One of the guys is down, but they get that revive. 3 eliminations for the RGCs, and I believe we shall be seeing a different ball game when it comes to this game, because the RGCs, they are not farming as many kills as they have been doing. That is when it comes to the few days, that is the day number 1 to the day number 5. We have seen how ruthless these guys are, the RGCs. First of all, let me mention the RGCs. This is one of the biggest, one of the best fraggers in this game. This guy, ruthless in his game, ruthless in his name. With the S, he will get that W, but is this going to be the same trajectory when it comes to this game number 1 of 2 in this final day? DKs are with their 1 elimination. We have the Ws, that is the Tri-Warriors, at 0 eliminations and down to 1 man in that team. So right now, the team that is making the calls, that is the reject team. Those are the reject X. The DK is trying to push the reject, the team that is currently leading when it comes to eliminations, and they are pushing. And DK Tony, I make that push, I make that bout. I'm very confident, very brave. I like David himself, and this is the man. Final boss is down to 1 man. Final boss is the only man remaining. That is the god of final boss. The RGCs going for the third party. Will they be able to get all those knocks? Will they be able to get that party in? Is it going to be a perfect third party? DKs are fighting, getting the rejects, and I believe the rejects are almost out, and the rejects, DKs, are going to shut the lights out, and they get the reject team. Reject X rejected in this lobby by the DK. They came in for the fight, they brought the fight, and they got that W against the reject X.
I mean, that is a win for the Donkeys. And even as they try to rest up, they have a team really close to them. That is the Glory. So anything could happen here for DK, but that revive will be their priority. Hancho is down, and luckily for him, his teammate does go in for that revive. The Glory is aware that there's a team that is close to them, just that they cannot really engage because they are not aware of every other team's location as of now. With the zone closing in, the teams are finally coming together, and some of them will just lose players along the way as they try to figure out compounds that they want to secure and places they want to take on the last fight of this game. I mean, only 6 teams remaining. We are in the 5th phase of the zone. In a few seconds, we'll be going into the 6th phase, and that is where all the action will be cooked. That is where all the teams will be exposed to fights. Everyone will be on the side, over the receiving side, unless you have a compound or the perfect place. You will be the one receiving the crossfires for most of the teams right now. You can see every single team is trying to play it safe. We had another wrangle game that ended in this exact sport, where we had Team Executes getting their chicken dinner, but this time around it is not Group A, it is Group C. So let's see what will be happening for these teams. Are we going to be seeing an impressive last zone fight just like we experienced before, or will it be a little bit different there? But then Ara does a spot, a Dream Team player live, taking him back to lobby, and immediately switches to their stuff. K taking on the last player. I mean, Dream Team, there can be dreams, but their dream is not yet done. They have one more game, and then maybe they will be making it to the top 14 here in the PMAC group stages. But for now, that will be GG's for the Dream Team.
That was a dream for the Dream Team, but that was one of their biggest nightmares ever. They came in for the fight, but they didn't expect that the final boss was their final encounter in that lobby. That was a GG's for the final boss. He is the man that was remaining. The final bosses, the bosses, they needed 1 point, but right now they have 5 points, and they still have those placement points. DK Data, 4 eliminations. These are the teams that are remaining. We have the RGCs, we have the Glory team, we have the Tri-Warriors. Donkeys, who is going to win this game? This is a game Zeus eSports is out. Right now, these are the final teams. X-Force Reject. We have the Glory team, Tribe Warriors, and we have the Donkeys. The Donkeys, they have the numbers, but do they have the kicks? The Donkeys, they have the numbers, but are they going to win this game? TBW Madness. Right now, they must be running mad because he is the only player remaining in that team. RGC, baby! Push, trying to get those dust. Glory, glory, glory. They are being taken out of glory. Toby, Glory go the RGCS at the top. Right now, baby, you need to make that. You need to get the goat, and that is just masterclass. That is just skills. Is just what we were expecting. The RGCs, two people been making happen in this game. RGC, baby, are fighting against the TK Tony. That is a DK Tony. But guys, final bout. We were expecting such kind of fights, and this is very unbelievable. The Donkeys, they have the numbers. We have the RGCs. Right now, the Donkeys, they need to make a push. They need to win this game. This is their last game. This is their moment to shine. This is their absolute time to make this win. RGC Nasir, they are trying to fight against the Donkey team. I'm not joking around. Bring in the kicks. Baby, baby, baby. That was almost a knock. Nasir, and right now, Nasir injuries. Baby is down. Now the only player remaining. And that is just it. This is, oh baby, these are the DKs. These are the men that we have been waiting for. This is Somalia, and Somalia right now very much wild. They are bringing it. This is the TBW. The only player remaining. And I have to say this. This is the last man standing. 12K, but right now asking himself, I love his shot in mind, and they don't donkeys, the donkeys. Oh, that is the marvel RGCs, and right now it has been undone by the zest of the donkeys. Oh my goodness me, it goes what might have been taken there from the bees and from the RGCs. What is happening? What is going in the minds of these teams? Goodness, the donkeys might be feeling the exact moment. Good, how it feel the donkeys right now.
I mean, the donkeys there got PTK a little bit emotional. The chicken is something they have been fighting for, and now the donkeys finally get their winner. Chicken dinner. Somalia is proud, right? They can raise their flags in the comment section. They will be seen, and the donkeys might just be moving up the leaderboard, but we'll be seeing that in a part 4. For now, it is good stuff there from the donkeys. Well played out. RJCs there did not have a chance against the donkeys, who had a goal, and that is basically to get that chicken dinner for their team. Amazing plays coming from them. Tony, from Hancho, Deidara, all those players that did put up a fight. And finally, the donkeys that we know of, the donkeys that people know are good in Somalia, are finally doing what people wanted them to do. So good stuff there. Amazing comeback from the donkeys. I hope that play did finally pay out, and they will be moving up the leaderboard. And not just that, I hope they will maintain the same tempo, because teams, after they win, something is changing. They go to the next game and poof, they're going back to lobby. But the MVP seems to be from the donkey as well, and that is DK Deidara. 1 elimination and a damage of 715. 1 knock, a survival time of 22 minutes and 39 seconds, with a healing of 47 done and 4 assists. I mean, we know where those eliminations went to. Basically, the teammates probably got those kills, but the top players, we have Reject X player coming in second, as Paradox getting 3 eliminations and a damage of 579. Third, we have RJCS, 3 eliminations, a damage of 523. Fourth, RJC Baby, 2 eliminations, a damage of 451. And then in the 5th place there we have Glory player, that is GOATS, with the 2 eliminations and a damage of 407. I mean, as when you can look at this here, PTK, you can see how the teams have distributed themselves across the game.
Yeah, that was quite a game. That was quite a sight to see. We have, honestly, I would say a GG's. And for the match has been great. 43 eliminations. We have 9 headshots. Longest distance elimination, that is 352 meters. That was from the RGC. Baby 74. No airdrop was looted by Look at the grenade eliminations, 4 grenade eliminations, and the numbers are continuing to increase when it comes to the grenade eliminations one by one. We see players having a lot of grenades, having a lot of mollies. Vehicle elimination, that was only 1. That was a good game, honestly, and that is just what you wanted to see, because look at the underdogs. The DKs, I believe they were underdogs in this game. If you look at the overall ranking in the day number 1, day number 2, day number 3, these guys, they were not leading as much. But in that game, these guys, they brought their all. They had the mindset. They had the skills. They had the time to execute each and every action, each and every skill that they were to bring in this game. That was just but a first match. But guys, this was what was happening. This was the moment, the opportune moment that the Glory Esports got one of the best players from the reject team. That was Arara. Glory Gosio with the 1v2. This was one of the most craziest fights. This was one sight to see. Glory Gosio got quite some push. Honestly, as a player fighting a 1v2, this guy was calm, he was chill. Espada, they made the original Black Panthers beg for mercy, but the third party, that was, I believe, was from the rejects. They came as a 3-man team and they got Espada. It was a game riddled with a lot of that party, a game riddled with a lot of pushes. You push, I get the eliminations, I get the knocks, I steal the knocks. Who cares how I get the knocks? Force 4 crasher, they crashed out. They were eliminated as soon as they got to this position, because we have that parties are from the RGCS, from the rejects, and this was just it. Honestly, when it comes to these third parties, I believe you should not put all your eggs in one basket. Don't push all at once in the same position, because you might be trying to rescue a teammate, but then maybe all the teams are just waiting for you to do that, and then you get eliminated. So I believe at times you just have to have that spotter who will be providing that spray, that cover spray for you and your team as one of you tries to rescue that guy. This was the insane fight that we saw at our final boss with the 1v2. Oh my goodness, this was just all of it. He made that knock, and that was one of the most cleanest S12Ks that I've seen in the game. That was a GG's for him. The RGCs, they thought that they would dominate this game, but unfortunately, they only got dominated instead. Although they got some eliminations, I believe almost 8 eliminations to their name, but the DKs, they had the numbers, they had the position, and they had that push, they had the morale, and that is why the DKs, Dybala with quite some nade, Nasir, Baby, getting knocked, getting inched out, and this was the last fight. The TBW Madness, he had some mad fight, he had the craze in him. He knew that he would have made it happen, but unfortunately, you know what? It's a numbers game. You might get 2, but then there are still 2 more players waiting for you. So how many men can you eliminate for you to have that is? These are the chicken dinner holders, and these are the DKs. DK Dedara with the 1 elimination. We have the DK Dybala, 1 elimination. We have the DK Huncho with the 3, and finally the DK Tony with the 2 elimination. The damage was evenly spread out between all the teammates, as you can look. 715, that was for the DK Dedara, but all the other teammates, they were evenly spread. 715 damage with 1 elimination. How on earth is this even possible? Bitch, are you looking at this damage?
Yeah, I mean,
with 1 elimination.
well, you can see what is happening across the team there. I mean, everyone had the damage, but I think people were taking the eliminations. It happens, but looking at the group stage here, the game 6 game for DK here, 17 total points, and we have second place, that is RJC, getting 13. Third, we have Glory with 10, Zeus Final Boss getting 8, Tribe Warriors 6, tied with the Dream Team and Reject X, and then 8th place we have Espada getting 3 points. 9th we have F4, 2 points, tied with the Evil Ones, and then 11 and 12 we have Galaxies and Original Black Panthers getting 1 point each from that game. From No More Esports, Riz Esports, Insane, and 4B4M, Unfortunately for those teams, they do not have any points so far, but that will be giving them quite a dent in terms of the overall ranking. So I'm really invested to see what is going to be happening with these teams, what is going to be changing, and which teams are going to be dominating. And it seems like Team Unique is still leading, 134 points in total, with RJC getting 132 points, second place. But remember, RJC has one more game to go for Zeus Moris, that is, they have 113 still, with EXC still at fourth place. For Angry X Smoke, tied at 3 crowns at fifth and sixth place, 98 points each. One Bandit at seventh with 94, and then RC at eighth place with 60 points there and still in the first page. But we cannot say anything so far because we still have one more game to go today before we can say GG's to all the teams that have played here in the PMAC group stages. Honestly, for RJC, we might just be seeing another big jump. Unfortunately, that game, they were not able to farm that much. 12 esports are still there at the 9th place, 87 points. Rage 82, Tynit more esports at 82 as well. Reject X is still coming up. They are 78 points. Tynit Zeus final boss, and Neon Rising drops all the way to the 14th place with 74 points. The Donkeys getting to 15th. That one chicken dinner basically pulled the Donkeys all the way to the 15th place, 71 points in total. All the other teams right above the Donkeys are not playing any more games apart from Zeus Final Boss and Reject X. So what is going to be happening is the Donkeys probably will be going higher and maybe make it to the top 14, but we still have to see how they'll be performing in the next game. XTC, unfortunately for them there, they have finally gotten the feedback. Maybe they were waiting to see the prayers they made were not answered this time round. But you see, PMAC is not going to end now. This is just the first one. It is PMAC 2025. There might be more PMAC to come next year and even more the more coming years, but we'll be seeing if that's going to be the case. But for now, the fate has been sealed for the teams that are below the 14th slot. So let's see which team will be coming up, which team will be rising from Group C, and then we can figure out what next. But for now, it is going to be GG's for this fourth game, and we'll be going for a break, then to the last game.
Here we go now.
Woo! 1, 2, 3. Those are the number of points that the DK just need to make it to the top 14. DKs, is this your time? DKs, are you going to show us that you can come from 20s to the top 14? DKs, we are below. We are looking forward to see what you guys are bringing to the last game. Guys, don't forget, this is the final game in the last day, in the final That is the group stages. So we are expecting to see something awesome. We are expecting to see something crazy. The DKs, they came in, they got the chicken dinner, they got the eliminations, and they showed us that these guys, they are up for the fight. We played the first game. Unique eSports, they took the chicken dinner. Rescue eSports in the match number 2. Angry X Smoke with the number 3. DKs are with the match number 4. Right now, finally, the land, the favorite map for a Meech Gaming. That is Miramar, the land of dust, the land of the dry bones, the land of the barren. But when it comes to eliminations, never barren indeed. This is a game that we are hoping to see some turnarounds, turntables. We are hoping to see some opposite. Yeah, I'm talking about opposite. We have seen some great games, but right now, this might be the game that shall be sealing the fate of most of these teams. Glory is good. TBWs, they brought the action. DKs, those insane. Riz, evil ones, DTs, Espada, but I believe Espada needs to do something more, because right now, it's a do or die situation. If they are able to make it right now, it will be very, very insane and incredible to even see them pull off such a feat. And as we can see, this is the Group C. We have seen the Group A, Group B, and finally the Group C with their final game, Mitch. This is the final game for the Group C.
I mean, yeah, this is where the fate will be sealed, not only for Group C, but all the teams participating in PMAC 2025 group stages. This is the match that will tell us which teams are we going to be seeing in the grand finale, which teams will be able to seal the fate for that first PMAC game ever in Africa. We'll be seeing which teams these are, but for now, I can't wait to see how the teams are going to be performing in Miramar. I mean, it is the last game. Everyone's game right now is on the line, whether you're in position 1 or you're in position 14. Everything you do in this game will be tricky, and I'm hoping DKs will not lose the tempo there. They have just one more chance of making it to the top 14. They are in the slot 15, so anything could happen. I just really hope that they basically use this to their advantage, take their time, count the kill feed, count team 1 is down, team 2 is down, let's count till you get to a place where you have numbers, but I'm really hoping that's going to be the case, and maybe we'll be seeing something different at the end of the day. But for now, we are finally here, last game of the day, and that is going to be basically Miramar, and it is for Group C. The flight path coming from Ahmada all the way close to Mina del Sur, and most of the teams might choose to go to Patrona because we know that is where most teams find comfort and basically enjoy the game, since most of the teams not like going around Patrona. But this flight path, it is quite favorable for the teams. They have places like San Martin, Los Leones, La Benita, Mina General, places we know that if they land, they will get enough utilities to survive Miramar. They need the nades, the molies, the smokes, the ammo. In Miramar, it is not going to be easy if you do not have enough loot in your team. But so far, we have the 13 teams in the game. They are ready to take on the glory. They want to be the ones dominating. They want to be the ones leading their way to the top 14. They have been able to see every single team playing. They have seen Group A, they have seen Group B. They know where they lie. So basically, what matters right now is where will we be when this game comes to an end. Looking at the team that is Zeus final boss, they have decided that Campo Militar might just be the best place for them. DK here will be keeping an eye on them, seeing that we had a team that is RC, and fortunately for them, they got a chicken dinner, and the next game they were basically deleted, wiped, and finished even before they could figure out what is next in that game. But we'll be seeing if that is going to be the case as well for the Donkeys. But the zone has chosen to be more on the southeastern side of Miramar. The teams are basically, most of them are in the safe zone, so the rotations will not be that much, apart from the Zeus final boss who will be coming into the zone here, where we have Galaxy, Espada. Also, they're around the edges. They will be waiting for people to come towards the zone, then maybe they can get a few points from the eliminations. But even before most of the teams made their way to the ground, it seems like the first blood has been drawn, and Espada together with Tribe Warriors will be taking on a fight here already. Madness is down. They have to be really really careful. Losing this fight for Group C, this is basically their make it or break it match here. They need to make it work at the end of the day. So Reject X have to be careful. Make your calls correctly. Make them count. If they do not, please leave that fight. If the fight is not going to be on your favor, please leave that fight. But so far, Triberias and Reject X we'll be looking to take on a fight. Tribe Warrior player that is top C trying to get closer to Madness. Though we have a player that is waiting to see, that is Anos. He does see top C trying to get the revive and unfortunately not able to get any damage. But Tribe Warriors will be able to get their numbers back up and finally take on this fight. A fight I'm still not encouraging to take. But, well, they cannot hear me, so let's see how they're going to be handling this fight, seeing it is something they want to indulge in. Might be losing numbers or might be getting points to their name, but we are yet to see that. All the teams will spread out through the game. They are taking on the loots. They're trying to get their utilities right, because that is very much important when it comes to this game. And now we have the original Black Panthers trying to go in for that push. And that player is down. I mean, what is not happening here? Original Black Panthers trying to get them, and Paradox is down as well. Atomic does get a knock and a Thirst. Unfortunately for the Black Panthers, they have lost one player, that is Tempet, leaving just Baudet and Atomic as the last two players standing from their team. So let's see what will be changing. Which teams are we expecting to win this game? But so far, Espada taking on a fight against the evil ones. We can see players getting down on their knees. Espada trying to get more knocks. Maldin really needs to be careful, but unfortunately for Espada, the evil ones are not ready to go back lobby just yet. They do be enough for them to qualify in the top 14. For Espada, it is GG's for them. I mean, you can see what's happening right now. Espada is already down. Other teams are losing numbers. I mean, it is the last game. Things should be different, right?
No, I believe they would have used a different strategy, because them going hot and at this at the position that they are in right now, I believe that was the most can I say absurd, but that was the most wrong idea that I've seen here. I think Espada would have played safe, because they are losing players at the start of the game. How is Espada doing this? Escape the tournament. They just got the Bulls. They just got the Horns. They just were kicked back to the lobby. They brought the fight. They represented Madagascar. But right now, where do they really stand when it comes to the table? Because this game is crucial. Being the last game, you have this back to these. Can I say match? Once you're gone, you're gone. So you need to do a lot to survive. You need to use some different strategy. If you saw the first strategy ain't working, just use a different strategy. Right now, the RGCs, they have 3 players in. Evil with 4 players. The Reject with 1. We have the OBPs with 1 elimination. I see a lot of teams are losing players. Teams with the trios, teams with duos. Who is really going to win this? Is this really going to be a numbers game? Is the DKs? But these are the DKs. The DKs just need 3 points. 3 crucial points. And I believe they know that. Are they really going to get these points? They just need 3 eliminations or 3 placement points. I believe when it comes to placements, that might be easy to get, right? I think placements are the easiest to get, because they're not fighting.
Yeah, I mean, for DK, what I was trying to advise them, but they cannot hear me, is just look at the kill feed. Just count. Right now, one team is down. So we are 12. We need to relax a little bit. We are not yet where we need to be. We don't have the placement points, so let's wait. But you see, this is a competition, and we do not know where teams are, especially for the ones playing. Us, the viewers, we can see, and we can look at the map and say, okay, there's a team there, a team here, so let me not go there. DK, that is not the case. And you can see, even as they pass by Impala, the team that is Glory can see them. They can see that there's a team passing by. DKs are making their rotation. So should we engage or not, depending on what Glory's goal is as of now, DKs might just be lucky and they will not be engaging in any fight. But if they want a fight, then DKs will be forced to take on the Team Glory in these early stages of the game. They really need to figure this out. They need to be a little bit more patient, come in with the zone, make the little rotations, follow the zone through, let the zone guide you into the safe zone. But of course, we'll be having some teams lurking around the edges of the zone, trying to see how are we going to be taking this to advantage, which teams are going to be stopping as they try to make it to the safe zone. But honestly, DK, I'm hoping they have a plan around it. And of course, for all the other teams, they should do the same. Take their time, figure out what's next, because even for Zeus final boss, they are also not that far from going down the leaderboard as well. So they also need to think it through. Are we going to be taking this fight? Are we not taking this fight? All these teams have a lot to win and lose at the same time. They just have to figure out which one matters. Honestly, I'm just even worried for them. For RJC, they're cruising. They're just cruising. This game is theirs. They're just moving around, taking the vehicles, changing car skins, and having their time of their life because they know where they are. They're comfortable.
Yeah, but being comfortable might lead them to get knocked early, but I don't think it's going to do any damage to their scores because already they know they are up and they just need a couple of points to be at the top of the table. RGCs, these guys are very much able. They have been doing this, and I believe these guys might be winning this game. We have the TBs at Kim Jong-un, RGCs trying to attack the TBs, Warriors trying to get to some very peculiar and a very awesome position. In most of the Myanmar games that I've watched, most players tend to take the high vantage points. Once you take the high vantage points, you have that big advantage when it comes to these kind of lobbies. We saw the DKs in the day 2. These guys, they took the vantage points. They were rolling the lobby at that exact point. Yesterday, we saw the 12 eSports. These guys, they were very incredible when it came to those vantage points. We've seen a lot of guys. We've seen insane eSports. Also, these guys, these are the ring warriors when it comes to such points. But right now, Evil, once these are the guys that are leading when it comes to the eliminations. 4 eliminations for the Evil ones. Reject with 1. We have the OBPs with 1. RGCs, and we have a fight. Kim Jong-un getting knocked. Warriors losing a player. Is he going to get dusted? Yes, he is. RGCS, they got the dust. Right now, they have the 1 elimination. A 3-man team, a trio. And these guys, they are inflicting damage wherever they are going, wherever they are stepping. They are just leaving casualties in their path. And I believe we are going to be seeing one of the greatest finals in the PMAC history this LAN, this coming final team. And guys, Dream Team Esports, they are still in the game. But right now we don't have a lot of fights. We've seen a lot of games, Mitch. We are having early fights, but in this game, only 7 players have been eliminated. I thought that we are going to be seeing something different. Players thinking outside the box.
Well, they're basically thinking outside the box right now. They're imagining, they have not seen the overall points. They cannot make an assumption yet. So they are going to be thinking, what next? Are we taking on this fight? I believe this is the slowest the Group C has played. And it is because they are basically in a dilemma. Are we in or are we out? Are we in the top 14? So right now, only Espada is basically not sure because they're not even in the game anymore. But the original Black Panther here that is boarded, he can spot RJC basically on the northern side here, right next to them. And of course, RJC will be going in for that push. Reverb is quite a confident player from RJC. He always stands for his push, he never backs down, and he goes in for that spray. Does get the first play. Of course, he'll be taking him back to lobby, and his teammate Atomic, of course, says this is not our fight. Let's retreat. And he does exactly that. He goes away from this fight. But when you look at Reverb, he is not losing. He's not letting this player get away from him. He wants to go in for that push. And as Atomic tries to retreat, he can see another team right in front of him, and that is the Tribe Warriors as they make their rotation. Right now, most teams have made it to the zone. No More Esports is also making their way to the safe zone. Atomic, RJC is also not in zone yet. Rejects all the way in the southern side need to move towards the zone. Holding the southern side of the safe zone, they will be making it quite hard for any team that decides to do a rotation on the lower side of the safe zone. Anyone that decides to go towards that is where the donkeys are, then maybe they will be giving them free eliminations that the Donkeys really need right now to make their way in the top 14 in the overall ranking. And for the grand finale teams, they really need to work it out. They need to figure it out. But for RJC, 3 players only. They're just having fun. They didn't even need the 4th player. All they need is that the placement points or the elimination points, anything that works. And it seems like there's closing on the Donkeys, and that is Reject X. The Donkeys are avoiding the fight, but they seem to be the fight magnets because the fights are going towards the Donkeys right now.
Honestly, the DKs, I think these may be the hardest thing that they're facing right now, because it looks easy. It looks easy to us, like getting 3 eliminations or getting 3 placement points, but to them it's a nightmare. As you can see, 12 teams still remain. RGCs, these guys are just spoiling plans for teams. These guys are here to get the action rolling. These guys just want a margin. They just want the number 1 spot. So any team that is encountering the RGCs, they need to be very careful, because these guys, they have nothing to lose. They have more to gain than to lose. Right now, they can't lose anything. When they get knocked, they don't lose anything. But when they get you down, they have absolutely everything to gain for each and every action that they shall be getting. We have the Galaxies, we have the Glories, the team that has 1 less match because of not them being available. Right now, they must make this game count. The last game in these of group stages. F4 still a 0. Normal still a 0. DT still a 0. Ball still a 0. DK, TBW, Glory, and Galaxy. All of them tied up with 0 eliminations as we speak. But the tides might be changing when it comes to the last zones. The zone is shrinking as we continue, as the time passes by. TikTok, 13 minutes into the game, 14 minutes at the moment in the clock, and we shall be clocking the eliminations as soon as soon. Yeah, as soon as soon. Because right now, as the time goes by, the zone shrinks more, and as the zone shrinks more, the teams get closer, and as the team gets closer, chaos erupts. Just like a volcanic mountain. That is what we are expecting to be seeing. TB Madness, TB Topic. We have the RGC Reverb, RGCS, and we have Baby. All of them in the same vicinity, but not able to spot each other. We have the DKs. They are making that push. I believe TB's thing is down, and the DKs might get that elimination. The DKs might steal that eliminations from the RGC Reverb. The DKs are in with the back, at the back of the TBs. They might make the push, but unfortunately, I think they shall be leaving that area. They do not want the close encounters. They don't want the early fights. Right now, the DK is playing a different game. They need to get to the top 8. They need those placement points as much as they can. I believe in the top 6. Yeah, top 6, most probably. Top 6 with 1 elimination. I think they'll be like at a very, very good position, mate. As we continue seeing all these, the RGCS, they are just spoiling plans. They are just making their name hard. They are just asserting their dominance as we continue with the game. Yeah, Evil Ones are 4 eliminations. We have the RGC with 3, the Rejects with the 1, we have the OBPs with 1, Galaxy with the 0, and they are making the push. And the team that has been destroying, the team that has been making this happen, and the TB Man is getting the RGCS, and the RGCS is down. TB Man is right now very angry indeed, mad indeed, going for the push, but getting some matches very, very low. Will he be able to fight against the RGCs? Oh my goodness me, no. He is not able to clutch versus those guys, but look at the elimination count right now. RGCS was eliminated, but one of the RGCs has 5 eliminations. DK and the DKs are making the push. The RGCs have got one of the RGCs, and they need to make the push as soon as. Right now we have another fight. We have the Rogues. They are fighting against the Rejects, and the Rejects, they are having not a fantasy, not a good time. They cannot rest because the force, they are coming in hot. As real as it gets, he is making the push with that UMP, and that is how they dominate. They rejected back to the lobby, and they shall be taking some new samples with them. Force for as real, and this is as real as it gets. Jeez.
I mean, that was a very interesting fight. And as they were taking on that fight, as F4 was reigning there, making sure they can confirm those eliminations, we had RJC getting eliminated by the Donkeys. The fight found the way to the Donkeys, but somehow they did survive that. And now, two eliminations to their name, but for how long will they be surviving to get the points? They need to make it to the top 14. And looking right now at the Team Glory, they have a team right next to them, and that is Galaxy. No one wants to move. Everyone is holding the building. Everyone is playing it safe. No movement. Let's lie down. Let's wait for that one player to make a mistake. But I'm sure these two teams are aware that there at least some people around them. The game ending in Los Leones is not something we had anticipated. It is a very good place. It has enough buildings that teams can hold out in these compounds. But the thing is, can you maneuver easily? Do you understand how to listen to steps? Will you be able to identify where this team is pushing you from? So that is something we'll be seeing if it is going to be happening or not. But then DK are making their rotations now towards the safe zone. They are lucky the zone is just by the edge where they are. This play might just be working out for them. Teams are not going where they are right now. They are quite safe. They will be holding that for a while. But F4 as well is making a slow rotation, and the Donkeys might just be taking on F4 if they encounter each other. Every other team is in the zone. Zeus final boss playing it safe. Evil ones no more. Original Black Panthers, the last player, Atomic, has a lot to play right now. He's the only person remaining from his team. He has to figure it out. He has to get that chicken if he can do it. If not, get those placement points. But right now, Galaxy going in for that, which the DBS does get a perfect knock on Mark. They're taking him back to lobby. And of course, Glory knowing that this is possible, they will be going in for that push, taking on the players from Galaxy. Fagioso, cooking up a nade there, trying to get a Kobe. But then Galaxy players changing his position. The nade will no longer be helpful because as you can see, everyone is moving. Everyone wants to be safe. They need the numbers. And if it means taking on the fight, then why not? Pang, they're getting pushed. Another nade getting cooked up, and the pressure is in their Glory, putting in the pressure for Pang. He's trying to figure out what to do next, but it is impossible to go against Glory with that push. They have the numbers. They are coming in quite hot. So what next? Glory is finally doing what they need to do to dominate in this game. They do not have a lot to play in. Only two players remaining from the Galaxy, that is S29 and him. But easy, him and Nade is getting hooked up there. Might just be a Kobe on Legends, and it doesn't really connect. S29 surviving that grenade. It was lethal, but he is quite lucky that Nade was not cooked to perfection, and he will be surviving that for now. Looking at Atomic, I mean, he's just but a solo, so I don't know who's going to be spotting him there. But honestly, he needs to stay there for quite some time. He needs the points. But for Team Glory, 2 eliminations to their name. They have nothing to lose other than numbers if they do not get that elimination play happening right now. If they're not able to take on Galaxy him, if that nade doesn't connect, and we have Galaxy S29 being down, immediately we'll have Glory going in for that push. They want to eliminate the players from as they go in for that push. Sorry, him is the only person standing, waiting by the stairs. The fast knock is in there, still trying to go in for that push. Glory has to be careful. That is a lethal shotgun. Another player is down. I mean, what is happening right now is Galaxy is about to create a story that people will be talking about for quite a while. Galaxy, him is exactly who he thinks he is. He is him. Wow. One VTK.
2,
one shotgun.
3, 4, pump that thing up. That was insane. Honestly, one of the best 1v4s. They went for the push, but unfortunately, guess who was there? That man was there. He made that happen. Galaxy with that insane clutch. We have to give him his flowers, and he totally deserves that. Having done that with a pump shotgun, one of the hardest weapons to even master. That was absolutely insane. And right now the DKs, they know they only need 1 point, and I believe they already have the point. They are already in the top 8, and I believe right now they need to get those knocks. They need to get those finishes. There is a knock, that is Otesh, that is Ace is down. They need to get that dust, and the DKs, they need to make that push. They need to get that one elimination. They need to secure the point. They need to get more points, eliminations. We need the placements. We need it now. DKs, they know the urgency of the situation. They know the urgency of the matter. Are they going to be taking the matters into their own hands? One of the DKs is down. That is the DK Tony. And Tony toning down his voice, trying to listen Yeah, the OTAs. OTAs. These guys, they were coming in hot. They go one knock. And the DKs right now relieving their pressure, no pushing, holding their position, trying to relieve the moment. They were almost eliminated. They need one more elimination. Already they have the placement, but guys, you might need 3 points, but then the game may not be like that because the underdogs, they might be also cooking up. So they need more than 3 points in this game. When it comes to the overall ranking, these guys right now very, very tense. Galaxy him. He was him. 4 eliminations. The Galaxies, they are here for the action. They are here to win it all. 8 teams remain with the 4 eliminations. Evil with the 4 eliminations. F4 with the 3. DKs with the 2. OBP with 1. Normal with 1. Bows and DTs all with the 0 elimination. Now, guys, as we continue with this, we are expecting to see a lot of action. The zone is closing in. The zone is shrinking in. Stage 6, looking to get to the stage number 7. Another moment, teams are trying to get to the zone. OBP is the original Black Panther. They still survive. But the question is, when, how, and who we going to be seeing as the chicken dinner holders in this game, Miramar?
Exactly. We need to see who will be dominating when it comes to this last game of the PMAC group stages. It is not just the last game for Group C, but it is the last day here for PMAC group stages. And Normal Flame, they're being spotted, taken down all the way back to lobby, and now his teammates with the evil ones are sporting them, basically waiting for them to make a mistake. 5 eliminations to the evil ones name, and they seem to be looking for more. They want to be the ones getting as many points as possible. The elimination points need to add up so that they can go up the leaderboard. We might just be surprised with what we will be seeing when the overall report is in and the overall ranking for the teams have been posted. Then we'll be seeing how this last game by Group C basically turned the table for most teams. 8 teams remaining. So let's see what we'll be expecting to see. Most of them are in the safe zone. It is closing in. Atomic, there is the last man standing. If Dybala decides to look at this player, he might just spot him as he tries to make it his way into the safe zone right now. But luckily for him, everyone is quite distracted. No one can spot Atomic for now. But for how long will Atomic be holding that same ground before the zone gods decide that this place is no longer safe? Well, I guess it's time. The zone just shifted. But Atomic is still lucky. I believe he can still make his way into the safe zone and still survive for a little bit more time before he is spotted in this game.
Yeah, he needs to make it to the play zone, but he is still safe because he still has some ground to cover. That area is awesome because he cannot be spotted by the DKs. The only thing that he is going to be fighting is the play zone itself. We have the evil ones right now, the ring leaders with the most eliminations in this game. 5 eliminations. Normal Aura, the man that he is our account. A Normal Zelo is down, and that is the only guy that is surviving in that team. Teams are down to squads. That is evil. The only team that has the squads that is evil, we have the bows and we have the DKs. We have Galaxies with that duo, F4s with that duo. We have DTs with that duo. Normal, they are normal, and I don't believe that the normals have been suffering this much. And let's just put up into this. Normal, they played the game, but unfortunately, I think these might just be it. For them, this will be a learning curve. For them, this will be a match to look back. For they are heroes in themselves. They were able to get here. We shall be waiting for the overall rankings to see where these guys right now they are placed. We have Espada, they have the early leave. We have the TBWs, Glories. We have the rejects, we have the RGCs, but the RGCs already secured their positions. Evil, they are the ones that are making this game the game because they have 7 eliminations and they are looking forward to win this game because I can't wait to see what will a win, Mitch, what will a win mean to the evil team?
Well, it might just change things depending on where they lie right now in the overall ranking. But it seems like Atomic there has been eliminated. The evil ones could also make a shuffle on the leaderboard if they get this chicken dinner. So let's just wait and see, because I know right now the tension between these teams is really, really high. That chicken is every single team's dream right now. They really want to be the ones taking this chicken home. They want to be the ones bridging that gap between Group A and Group C. That margin that was built initially was too high, but now after they have played the 9 matches, with this being the last match, then maybe things will be a little bit different. The chicken dinner for evil ones will be also a very big turnabout for them. We might just be seeing them in the top 14. So let's just wait and see if that is going to be the case. But for most teams, they are playing it really safe. I mean, it is Los Leons. It is not a usual Miramar map where the fight happens in an open field and it goes fast. That is not going to be the case. In Los Leons, there are buildings in every single angle. And if you're not familiar on how to maneuver, then I think you should be telling your team GG's, because making it to the top will not be easy right now. You can see evil ones really trying to close in. The DKs in the middle of the teams, they might be in the middle of a lot of crossfires from at least 3-4 teams right now, seeing that they are in the center of the zone. As the zone starts shifting, they will be forced to take on fights as they do so. But now evil one player, that is Celia, going to the high ground, trying to use the high ground advantage. Let's get the fast lock there on Dybala. Another pressure will be there. Dream team will be trying to get that push happening. They know someone is down, but then Nova, he basically cooks himself, and that will be really, really bad for the dream team. But now they'll be trying to go in for that push. They want to take on DK, but I mean, the evil one is not letting anyone enjoy this fight. He basically goes in for that push, but then again, you're exposing yourself to the DKs. They know your location. You're basically getting knocks on them, and now DKs are finally, I believe, have gotten the points they need to make it to the top 14, but then not too soon. We have Galaxy closing in on them as well, and they will be taking on these fight teams, finally gathering the confidence. They know the fights are taking place. They know everyone is distracted, so why not get into this fight and try get something for ourselves as well? But then DK is not going down without a fight. They're taking on the nades here. They are connecting. They are getting the knocks on Galaxy, but for how long? DK Deidara trying to go in for that push, and him is no longer him, because Deidara, he will be taking him back to lobby. I mean, PTK, the table. This will be a big shuffle, a very big shuffle.
Yeah, this is going to be a very big shuffle, because look at this. Evil ones with 9 eliminations, still have 3 players remaining. We have the DKs right now losing a teammate, but the teammate, I think he might get recalled, he might get revived. That is, we have the boss team with 3 players still intact. So right now it's a 3v2 with 3 teams remain. That is the evil ones, DKs, and finally the boss. They knew they only needed just a few points. Right now, they have just gotten more than that. DK Deidara might be looking to close in for the DKs. The DKs at the moment, they have 5 eliminations, more than what was required. But right now, the evil ones, they are proven to be a threat when it comes to these overall standing. Evil ones, evil Lucifer, they are making the push. Arara, final boss, the bosses are here. They are coming for the job. They are coming for the action. They are coming to set the record straight. Boss, a chiral final boss, make that push. Evil Maldini are receiving some evil push. We have the DK Didera is down. Right now, only the DK Tony is remaining from the DKs. The DKs is easy now for you guys. DK Tony, the only man remaining, getting pushed by the evil ones. And the evil ones, they don't care who you are. No. They don't care if you want a chicken dinner. They just don't care. They are coming for the action. What was that? What was that? That is just the GGs. The DKs, they came for the action. They came for it all. They won the previous chicken dinner. Right now, it is happening all over again. The love for a final day sensation. It is bottling up in the top 14. And as we can see, we have a fight on our hands. DKs, they played a good game, but we have to give props. We have to give a hand clap to the evil ones. They brought the fight, they brought the action, and they won it all. GG's to them. And I believe the ties are turning. The tables are turning. I just can't wait to see the overall standings.
Well, there will be a change there in the overall ranking, to be honest. Whatever we have just witnessed might just be the biggest shuffle we'll be seeing coming in PMAC last game of the day. That was the last game. And honestly, that shuffle PTK will be seeing very, very different teams coming in the leaderboard. We might be seeing the teams we thought are going to be maintaining that top 14. They will be going down that list without us even expecting it. I told you this. If you are putting any expectation, forget about it. Whatever the teams are planning right now is not something anyone had anticipated. And honestly, it has been a good day here for Group C, if I'm being honest. Good day, good job.
Yeah, that was definitely awesome. Something out of the box. Teams are thinking outside the box, and actually they made it happen. GG's to them. The DKs, they only needed 3 points. They got even more points in that game. Yeah, the MVP of the game, that is the evil one. The evil of them all. The evil of the evils. That is the evil man himself. That was the MVP of the game with 7 eliminations to his name. 786 damage, and he was able to get 4 knocks. He had the 1 assist. He was able to heal 446 times. So this was quite a medhead. Survival time, as much as the game was proceeding, as much as the game went, but these evil guys, they came for it all. They dominated, and these are the top players when it comes to that game. Evil one. With the 7 elimination, that is the evil 7 eliminations. Galaxy him with the incredible 1v4 battle. RGC Reverb with the 5 eliminations. We have the evil Lucifer, 3 eliminations and the 3 knocks. And finally the boss Kairos with the 1 elimination, but quite some damage, quite some knocks. That was an incredible game, and I believe all these players, they did actually awesome. We saw how they did, we saw how they played, and that is how they dominated. Match summary, guys. This has been a game that has been riddled with a lot of eliminations, a game that has been riddled with a lot of headshots. To be specific, 43 eliminations, 8 headshots. We had the longest distance, not the longest distance today, but in this game, 260 meters for the reject animals. We had 5 grenade eliminations, and finally 0 vehicle eliminations. 0 vehicle eliminations. I don't believe. I think it's because of the terrain, it's because of the apartments, it's because of it all, because we were not able to see players using the vehicles in the final zone. As we can see right now, I just can't wait. How is that overall ranking looking like?
Well, I'm also waiting on that. But as you look at the highlights, we want to see how the teams have been performing. I mean, most of the teams started their fights a little bit too early. And for the original Black Panthers, in that early fight, they ended up losing a player, which led them to having just Atomic and Burdette, where later in the game, we saw them losing Burdette as well. But then the evil ones getting the eliminations, they farmed from the first zone all the way to the last zone fight, which led to a chicken dinner. But that was a very well thought out game for them. The rejects players at RJC, they were also quite aggressive. It didn't really work out as planned. Initially, it did go as planned. We had them getting the knocks, the numbers, getting the elimination points up. But then this time around, Tribe Warrior player Madness started making it quite hard for RJC. Even though he was not able to eliminate them, we saw the amount of damage he got on them whilst they were trying to go in for that push. So imagine if Madness had teammates, that would have been an easy wipe on RJC, but that was not possible. And now Reject X, this is where they lost their fight here. For F4 did a really good job as well, getting the eliminations up. But well, looking at their points, we are not sure where they'll be lying by the time the game comes to an end. Galaxy Legends as well, they really did put up a fight. They really did make it so hard for most of the teams here, but we saw that one man, that is him, being him getting that last player that is from Glory, wiping a whole team. We are honestly using a shotgun is not that easy in any scenario, but for him it was really easy. The evil ones, this is where everything changed for them. They had the advantage, they had the view, they had every single card playing to their advantage, and they used it to their level best. They got the knocks, they got the eliminations, but unfortunately they lost players along the way as they were trying to finish the game. But that did not stop them from getting that chicken dinner, because when you look at the donkeys, the rotation, they are trying to make it to the zone, trying to go into the last zone fight was not easy for them. And just like that chicken dinner slipped their hand. They are almost getting the chicken. They were in the top two. They were down in terms of numbers, and of course, it was not going to be working out for them. Seeing that they Dara being knocked and eliminated, it did put Tony at a tight spot. They're trying to really focus on the chicken, but I mean, there's only one winner, and that winner was the evil ones, eliminating the DK, taking them back to lobby, and their team starts with the chicken dinner. We have Schofield getting 2 eliminations and a damage of 453. Rush for their 1 elimination, a damage of 329. Lucifer getting 2 eliminations, a damage of 535. And then Evil getting 7 eliminations and a damage of 786. I believe that is quite impressive coming from him. That is really well played for them. 13 eliminations to their team name is not that little. That might be changing things for them. 23 points in total is not a joke, and DK just right behind them, 12 points. That will be making a change as well. Boss there with 8, tying with the Galaxy at 8 points as well. F4 getting 7 points. RJC at 6th place with 5. Rejects X at 7th place with 3 points, and then Dream Team, No More Esports, the Black Panthers, Glory, all of them getting 2 points from that game, and Tribearers getting 1, with Espada, Riz Esports, Insane, and 4B4M getting 0 points from that game. We might be seeing how this will be changing the overall ranking. We might be a little bit surprised because lo and behold, we still have the same teams in the same place. Unique getting the chicken and not getting the chicken will have maybe changed the thing here, but a margin of 3 from the overall ranking. We thought it would be more, but GG's for them, getting 137 and being the number 1 team. Unique still at second with 134. Zeus Moris 113. Executed 4th with 103. 5th place you have Angry 98. Still Tiny 3C 98. One Band 94. And RC, luckily for them, still survive in the top 8 position. And that means they have secured their slot here in PMAC Grand Finale. I mean, I'm interested to see what has changed. Where is the donkeys? Where are the evil ones? And the donkeys finally have been able to make their way to position 11 with 83 points to their name. Well, 86 at 10th place. 12 Esports at 9th with 87 points. Rage Esports also qualifying. More Esports and Reject X closing that line, getting 81 points to their name. And I believe we can finally say congratulations to the top 14 teams that have made their way to the grand finale here in Nairobi, Kenya for PMAC.
Honestly, that was one of the most incredible comebacks when it comes to PUBG mobile esports scene. The DKs, how they made it there, the boss, how they made it there. It is not a chance of these are not chances. This is just incredible precision, incredible skill, incredible can I say training, because these guys, they came much prepared today, and that eventually worked. But for the top for the guys that are 15 and below, I believe these might be the end of their journey in the 2025 PUBG Mobile African Cup. They came, they played evil ones, they brought their action, but I believe that was a bit too late for them. With that one game that they missed, I believe they would have been at a very they would have had that advantage, but because they missed one game, that is why they are there. If they started doing this in the day number 1, in the day number 2, I believe we could have been seeing a different scope when it comes to this table. But unfortunately for the MUs, Evil, Glory, TBWs, Navy, Air Force, Espada, this is the end of the line for them. That was the game number 30. Insane gameplay, insane skills. 21st century, we have the RRQs, RAGs, normal, ITX, 4 miracles, REX. Those are the ruthless, and finally the galaxies. They brought their all, but I have one word for all these guys. It is not over yet. Yeah, we still have more competitions coming, more PMAC coming. So you guys don't be comfortable at that position that you are in right now. In the next one, we want you guys being at the leading spot. We want you guys having trained so much, having brought that power, having brought that one squad that will make you guys at the top of it all. You have the SUs, Naughty Sports, DTs, Aries, Road, LZ, Insane, Eclipse. They brought the action, but unfortunately, my guys, it feels sad, but it's a competition. We have winners, we have losers. We have those that will make it to the top, and we have those that will be left at the bottom. But this is not the very bottom, so you guys need to up your games when it comes to these PUBG competition. Go train, bring the action, and with this should be an inspiration. Maybe not today, maybe not now, but tomorrow might be your day. Tomorrow might be your chance to shine. The OBPs, the GUFA, Cyphers, Outtake, Rush, Mad Monkeys, 4B4s, Emperors. The only thing I can tell you guys is GG's, GG's, GG's. You came as one, you fought against more than 200 teams to make it to the top 48, and you made it to this position. But right now, this is not the end of the road. This is just the beginning of something special when it comes to you guys. These are the leaders when it comes to the eliminations. As expected, the RGCS, the man with the most eliminations, but he is tied up with the unique madman. RGCS, the ring leaders, unique at numbers, is very much expected. 28 eliminations for each and every player. That is RGCS, and we have the unique madman. RGC Nasir, he was close with the 27. We have the Zeus Logic from the Zeus Esports with the 25 eliminations, and finally the boss with the 23 eliminations. Honestly, these guys, they brought the action, but when it comes to the top eliminators, when it comes to the top fraggers, these guys were the ring leaders. They were carrying their teams when it came to those elimination points. As you can remember, we have the placement and we have the elimination points. So when it comes to the elimination points, these were the guys that made a mark in their teams. Very fortunate for the RGCs, they had 2 players. Does not mean the other players didn't play evenly well. They played very nicely, they played very good, they contributed so much, and that is why they are there. Comes to the top 14. And guys, don't forget, this whole action, it was not possible. It would not have been possible without the incredible gaming phone. That is the Infinix GT 30. Honestly, they came from nowhere with the GT 30 Pro. They rise, and so can you. Buy now and win a trip to the 2025 PMGC. Be their #1 fan and outplay the rest. Honestly, Mitch, what can you say? That was the last game for the group stages. What can you say? What can you tell the team that didn't make it?
Well, it was a rough ride, honestly. If they did not make it, that is totally okay. They can still try their luck next time. But as long as they showed up, I believe that is what matters. They showed up, they did put in the work, they did put in the effort, and they made it here. Even though they didn't make it to the top 14 mark, there is always a next time. But a big congratulations to everyone that played. Whether you are a winner or not, you did exactly what you needed to do, and that is show up and give it your best. So big up to you, and probably we'll be seeing more of these teams next time. But for now, it is congratulations to the top 14 that have made their way here, and we're hoping to see more and better plays in the grand finale.
It has been an awesome ride, a very rough ride. It has been awesome, but guys, everything that has a start must have that end. For right now, We have teams that are smiling. We have teams that are asking themselves questions. But guys, this is a win when it comes to PUBG Mobile esports scene, when it comes to African region. Because of what? One of the biggest, if not the biggest, I believe this is the biggest tournament at the moment. It has been insane. And guys, I have been one of the PTK young blood. But don't be fooled by the name. I am not that young, but I am the man himself, the man, young blood. I have not been alone. I have been with one of the most and I will introduce herself and end it all as we speak.
Yeah, well, it has been your girl, Mitch Gaming. I have enjoyed being your caster, and I'm hoping to see you guys in the grand finale here in Nairobi, Kenya. For now, it will be peace out from me and PTK.
So